can break their...
Welcome everyone to more free Sunday work live here on this channels. We have as usual things to continue and finish. Also I wasted quite some electricity overnight because CC1 plug things kept running. Did I turn it on now? So let's test things. Let's work on things. We also have some serious things. So today less talking, today more doing. Oh, we also didn't get the morning updates. What's that stuff? Oh, thank you. Updates, things. Then arm things. Let's arm the arm. What do we have here? There's fully push. Welcome, hope you have a lovely Sunday watching our work. Then let's see if overnight did that build. Yes, it did. So this was only some parallel building marginality. Then we can think that while that is updating, I had this here somewhere, RVA22. It's 5. That should only copy Firefox, Thunderbird, and Wesley's Linux kernel. Why so shy? Why nobody something saying? Bonjour. Hola. Nobody here too. Where are all the viewers? What is that here? This is K plus. Okay, this is more stuff. Yeah, theoretically we need to. Oh, I didn't even CPU frequency scale here. Let's, by the way, leave performance with, this is performance, right? Yeah. Did we do anything else? I mean, previously we said on demand. Kuluk, welcome. 20 prime, 27 months streak, that is amazing. Hello, hello, welcome everyone. Oh, they are there. 2 bug bounties, fam, what? Good morning from New York. That is amazing. Greetings to New York. I hope NJ stands for NY. NY stands for New York. Thank you for your good compliments. I wanted to check. Is this all we did here for performance? For stability? I wanted to check. Theoretically, we should boot into that, but do I really feel like booting into that? clever would be to make this a LVM partition. And okay, let's not mess too much with. Let's bind mount. Why do you love RISC-V? Even wasn't it better than... What do you mean? How is WebAssembly better than RISC-V? LOL. Please explain. Also, you write really strange questions. I don't have any motivation to code. I just watch your stream suddenly and feel urge to code. Now welcome this. Please spread the word so more people can enjoy it. Keyboard question answered. Cuba? How does this get to Cuba? Keyboard is this one. New 5 field 75 HE. End of life though, or whatever. So you can only get similars with Gatoron. White Hall effect. Keys. I like this cyberpunk look thing though. Work on a big company. Yes, I run my own big company. Thank you for asking. Why is this always important? I only run my own. I only C-level executive stuff here. No, the lazy CEOs doing their CEOing stuff on the weekend here. Go, don't delay. Buy products. Scan the Epstein files faster. Recommended to even more New York and New Jersey lawyers. Any advice for coding? Oh man. My advice is always like it's like I should talk less in medium. Here, my advice is look into what interests you and then learn the basics. I guess something like that. So, stuff. Let's do stuff. Change root because the question is machinity. This RVA22 generated was, it was faster generating so we will do some real code in a second. What's he working on today? We work on T2 Linux. Usually we work on T2 Linux or related things. Just the best Linux distribution we maintain over 25 years. So we will actually do some real distribution code in a second because we have there. So we test the latest and greatest builds here. By the way, this is T2 Linux. Oops, not delayed. Also greetings to Australia and things. Why do we have this twice? It's funny. So can we finally assign upset? We can finally do. We will not math the whole day with RISC-V today. We could theoretically switch to the ARM board, but I think I'm not really in the mood. We have for the ARM board we would need to also enable graphic with FreeDreno. I did not even I think they also YOLO'd the commercial driver in there, right? So by the way, I have feedback from SpaceMed. Basically their feedback is like nice that you got the PowerVR driver working, but have you seen the performance? So the reason they ship the binary only proprietary stuff is faster. I just didn't have that fully to test. So let's test Lua here. Did we even change, or maybe we made a mistake in the last build and didn't change tempfs, didn't increase tempfs size. We will do some reverse engineering, some T2 packaging improvements. Theoretically, I think I said yesterday, theoretically we could build all of GCC release candidate stuff, but I feel like I'd rather not waste our time. We need to be, as long as we're a tiny little open source project, we cannot waste all our good human resources here on building random shit. This is, again, comparing apples and oranges, because the last time we had here tempfs with probably 1 megabyte, which is of course not ideal. Totally forgot about that. Okay, was not one thing significantly. I mean, 16. It's a little faster. Was it not 15? But I mean, okay, like maybe caching. Oh, we also run. We run with a less frequency. That's of course also not ideal. So yeah, I guess surprise, not surprise, not a surprise if you don't build this vectorizations in GCC faster. To no one's surprise. Oh, maybe. I also heard the vendor is still working on lowering power consumption. What is the lowest frequency here? Because we're not using this course here anyway. Ah, right, actually we had power save here. Not that this particularly helped too much. Is new ISO release planned of XFCE after which XFCE? Our default thing was KDE that also ships with. I mean, theoretically GCC yes, but a little bit overworked and so much things to do. Why am I tired? Did I mention I just did a meeting call? Why do C-level executive things do meeting calls? Says 5. Yeah, theoretically we need to also do some soul searching how precisely we want to release that. For which architecture? x86? Do you run this already? I think you want this 5 init, huh? I guess going forward we should make one ISO support both to make our lives easier, kind of thought. Man, shit, only now do I realize why am I so tired. Just asking because I don't know if you want to keep supporting it or ship Plasmer system the only. Well, the Plasmer stuff ships with XFCE2 for that reason. Yeah, building both is pretty wasteful resource wise. But systemd I don't like for my servers actually. I think we should make one ISO work with both. And save our compute resources, otherwise it becomes too much. It's not only agents in your daily working task. No, I don't. So Lua, we wanted like this is slightly higher frequency. What did we publish the other day? Do you have, do you prefer sys5 init? Yeah, it's just with systemd, everything's already systemd deified. But we probably could get this working, I guess. So risk 5. I mean, you could check our website. Actually, wait, I posted this here. Yeah, it's actually significantly faster, right? But it's probably the time spent on, yeah, look at this. So at least code gen wise, making this way faster, you all. That is real. I guess I would assume there should not really be any other reason than this is compile time, code complexity of GCC running more code to analyze loops for vectorization. That's obvious, but an interesting find. Yes, hello, hello. Hi, hi. So yeah, that means for you, I mean, this is only potentially maybe for x86 things, but I slightly wonder if OS for size has that, but okay, anyway. Okay, so that is a reproducible thing. That is, where are we here? 20. Okay, why is the bash estimate so off? This is more overlay tricks. System is faster in my VM, so yes, but it doesn't matter too much. Plasma is the biggest problem. I didn't know you cannot. You cannot not install Plasma, but you can. Currently, you install everything, but you have XCE, so you don't need. So currently, you cannot choose, but you get XFCE. So if you boot with 2 and manually start your stuff, or if you change, I mean, yeah, you like system control. Like if it's not a problem to once start KDE Plasma, then disable auto login. If you don't want to see Plasma login manager, then system control disable Plasma login .service or so. And then you have all of XFCE, so you could still sometimes run Kate or Dolphin or whatnot, but it should come with XFCE. Yeah, additionally, we could split that further into, although I'm not sure if I would, I mean, yeah, we could. I mean, kind of the super easiest would be to put KDE in opt KDE or opt Qt or whatever. Opt Plasma, hey, opt Plasma, how about opt Plasma? If we put Qt and KDE in one, I mean, it doesn't matter two or whatnot, but like, I mean, also like theoretically, we could just put it in user source and still use overlay, but that's a little bit messy and probably could sometimes lead to bugs. Okay, that is massively faster for if you don't need vectorization stuff. That is what I mostly wanted to test here. Oh, we are running updates. Here, theoretically, they updated that today. I think. What would this be according to Xenon Pharonics? Yeah, this gets news, totally pointless. This driver doesn't even do 3D. The most pointless stuff, news on Phoronix. Maybe he's watching my things because I multiple times criticized they have their decades of changes but not a release. Like not decades, 1 decade. Still on risk 5, I am seeing correctly. Yes, for example, do you have questions to that? I wanted to test the performance of this build here. So basically for us it's currently not even the most beneficial to ship an RVA 23 ISO except for... Is this restream? No, it's not restream. Why are you saying that? Live. Hello, live. Restream. Did you even say hello yet? And send a super thanks, super chat and stuff and support us. Yes, it is so much not a restream that you better subscribe and support us. Any risk 5 question, as long as I have it on. Oops. How did I? Should I somehow switch this? Where's my mouse cursor? Yeah. Whatever I did here. Strange. Is this verse while Restream is a service to put on YouTube, Twitch? Restream is a service to put... Oh, Restream? Is it not? What is this called? Restream? Yeah, I heard that. That's my own if you mean that, but I wouldn't call this Restream. I would call Restream playing back a archive video. This is my own Restream running on T2 server in the data center on Nginx, purely on T2 technology things. But if you want Twitch, then that's on Twitch too. So if that's your question, then that's here. And that is here. For whatever service you might prefer. Yeah, how much does this even cost? I think Janet Carr, I think she once mentioned some weeks or months ago that she pays for this. How much does it even cost? Because mine stuff runs for free on the data center. 2 channels at once. Restream branding. 16 a month. Guest channels. Stream 5 channels at once. Full HD. Holy shit. Yeah, don't delay, don't just run your own T2 servers and data centers today. I was hoping you'd tell us about risk 5 costs. Good, your question, is it worthwhile for customers, consumers? Well, it depends what you want to do with that, right? So that's a framework board. It's increasingly the fastest. Did they even announce a price yet? I mean, realistically, it's not Raspberry Pi 5 performance, right? So if it's worthwhile for you is if you are a developer who wants a RISC-V board. Oh, this is just enters as early access thing for when announced. Okay, that's from the previous, that's the old one, right? I think that's the previous gen one. Yeah, I mean, it's, yeah, so it depends if that performance level will be enough for you. For me, it would be enough if I don't live stream for editing. Good. What is this notification again? Whatever this was about. Oh, Twitch mobile. Yeah. Is T2 Apple's TPM? Well, Apple and some people like that has nothing to do with that. That's just other people, like we are T2 Linux. OBS did? No, OBS doesn't do restreaming. Or OBS is not a restreaming service. You probably could, if you have a decent computer, you probably could stream to two things from OBS. Or locally with FFmpeg or whatnot. But my internet is too shitty historically, although maybe in the meantime it would work. So for me to make the stream more reliably and decrease upstream, I stream it to my data center with T2, running T2 with Nginx and Nginx. Okay, so we had actually code to do. I mean, sort of comments about builds being slow seems like hardware still has. Well, this hardware is faster. Also, I mean, this is just because Fedora is inferior technology. At T2, we never, like this unsuccessful loser built RISC-V 5, 6, 7 years ago. Just because T2 has superior, outstanding cross-compatibility and other people just don't know. Like other people just do redneck engineering and we do quality engineering, Q&S, quality and service. This is like complaining, like building Fedora on a Raspberry Pi is slow. It's like, yeah, like go figure. That's why T2 supports everything cross-compiling on a last-gen Ryzen, which I'm still collecting actually. Did I mention I urgently need funds? Quick go, help your favorite Linux guy get a new build server CPU because this CPU is 2.5 years old and we need Ryzen 9000 series. But this is now faster. It's just, yeah. Basically, other Linux distributions complaining that small board computers are slow when the problem is their tooling and they cannot fix their software. But for like VI or stuff, it's of course okay. Okay, we had been there, we had done that. But yeah, it's Raspberry Pi 5-ish performance or so. Or between Raspberry Pi 4 and 5, depending on what the vendor can still improve until they ship it. I mean, it builds Lua in 15 seconds, and you could build it faster if you promote your distribution. Have you tried to promote your distribution in meetings or events for funds? Yes, but guess how hard it is to get funds. It's a laptop board, right? Do you know the power consumption? I've not measured it. The vendor is working on improvements. I guess 15 to 20 watt plus minus, depending on how much is the idle power consumption. I wanted to measure it, but actually, can I? No, I do not really have the best things to measure it right now. But it, yeah, all or most alternative vendor boards do not have amazing idle power. Plus, yeah, It's more like if you are an open source developer, but that's quite a big of a challenge. I avoid actually talking with vendors about this. Theoretically, the CPUs need to become way better for general users to daily drive them. Unless you're a diehard console nerd like myself, then it's okay. But this is the first board that's getting into it is kind of thought of becoming okay if you're not gaming or whatnot. Okay, so we have things to do. Okay, do we actually... Okay, we pre-tested this. I guess we could shut it down for the moment. And then the reality is, I guess the final result will be higher power idle as set as it is. It will probably have higher power, higher idle power and less performance than this. So basically, the question is also, do you want more performance than you want to get this board? Which we also have here. That's probably the question, like, do you want RISC-V to be able to do RISC-V testing? Oh, did we, what? Or does it have architecture markings? Wait, did this build? Oh, maybe it needs config old config. While we wait for that, some miracle VM thing. Oh, here, is it really built? Can you believe? It's an update, yes. I mean, a little bit funny one here is, I think this stuff is only optional. We need to, I don't know, even I don't even know what we should do with it. Dear tree is okay. SAP offered you CTO position yet? No. Should they? Do I expect them? Is framework 13 compatible with T2? I guess so. The question is also which framework. How am I constantly in live broadcasting mode? We have so much stuff to do. Previously, in my previous life, I was sitting alone in my basement doing this open source things. Like now we do that together. How? Because I have stuff to do and nobody pays for this, so I need to beg for donations here. This is how. Did I even? So then the real work. Actually, maybe we even partially use this one. We have two main things to do. One, I guess we commit this, update, because there are probably 1,000 improvements since then. And then should have done this earlier, but you expect me? Why do you expect that? This virtual machines for take on some kind of for text tasks. Of course I use VMs. So then what we need to do is not even somehow I recently need to do a lot of things that I don't really want to do the most. Where is the version number here? Here is the version number. Because the problem is I'm so stupid for this, I think, and I ask this. What do you ask? We need to fix the version number thing here because currently we could also first do other things. Since we started to use this extra version more, I noticed already a month ago, but it wasn't the most important for me. We need to honor this extra version thing. Currently we don't. Somehow, maybe that's something else to procrastinate. Initially I wanted to do that, now should I wait for other people to send a patch? Here we also have display controller. They co-authored this with Cloud Opus. Enable kexec. What the fuck? I cannot mix this up. They need Cloud Opus 2 for that. Please wait a second. Okay, never mind. Everything's okay. Holy shit. Holy shit. I have no further questions about the future of IT. How much cloud do they do here? Now I'm curious. I also misspelled this. So they also, this was maybe instant fire, I don't know, like someone who needs that. They really start to fix vector copy size. They co-authored that here too. I mean, that sounds like holy shit, they wipe code this shit now. They need do some people just have it on and now in the future all the commits will get that? Okay, I guess YOLO. Instead of did you not write stuff yourself? Yes. But then I got tired of having to do stupid stuff. I look into this because theoretically they want me to work on the display controller. I thought like maybe that's more fun than doing version things. The question is, where does it live? So I wonder why do they this power VR rogue null DRM display we DRM probe helper. Why do they do that here? That's of course not upstreamable, but that's also funny that the Linux kernel apparently has some random default here. Ah, here's GPU DF. Actually, there is that enable dynamic voltage frequency scaling. But that voltage is also not wired up. Okay, let's do our version thing. Viewers demand real change. They don't know how to. I mean, removing that would be just hitting the delete key, right? Your head is also precious. You shouldn't always smash it like your keyboards. You mean when I was smashing my head with keyboards a year ago? What term emulator do you use? Console, but that's not my preferred one. I only daily drive what I ship to others to make sure. Yeah, I mean, they cannot. I mean, maybe. But this is somehow how much they pay attention to detail that they just leave it in there, right? For me, that is so. I don't know. What do you do for legal reasons? I mean, maybe this person has it enabled in his editor, and then he always gets that, and then he's like, because it's enabled. I don't know. That's an interesting observation. Okay. Did we commit this GCC? Oh, that is also... We need to codify that here. Okay, how many other changes do I have left? Oh, 313. Holy shit. Why do I always accumulate so many changes? Any tips on stuck keepers? Missing key up? Sunshine, moonlight? What? Hey, here's at least stuff we can delete. Where do we best debug that here in this tree? Because this tree is so... maybe we also best clean it up here. I mean, at least some files here are other random files. One thing we wanted to change yesterday is this plasma. Where would be the wallpaper? Somewhere we patch the wallpaper. The question is, I guess we could grab for whatever the what even is our maybe that here. You know what is the issue? I think it was naturally black, right? Did I change it from... Maybe we need to patch it further. Maybe KDE can currently not do it better. I guess we changed it from... But that's also so silly. Like, Plasma login displays the default or any other wallpaper. And then KDE workspace, Plasma workspace displays another. That is so silly. Okay, everything we take a look here. So much too quickly making it better. Okay, version. Version it is. So where do we do version? GCC. Probably some other package. Which other package would that be? Let's choose something else than GCC. Yes, I tried to grab, but usually that's not my thing. I just grab like. That's mostly not my limiting factor here. But thank you for your suggestion. Then let's see, what versions do we have? Version, and then we would need to have stuff with a space and new stuff. It's probably quite some. Which one could we use for testing? Why do we have this? Open office is something else. Okay. Okay, we could. Right, this SAS. Yes, here's what I've seen that. Yes. Which one do we ship? Do we ship Intel? So let's test this. Let's fix everything on the code paths for that to work correctly. Oh no, job matching. Okay, here it displayed that. So far so good. The question is, should we use a dash here? Because the thing is, on multiple locations it's currently wrong, because we didn't historically use it like this. I mean, we could use a space here. It's nothing really wrong. The only question is every place will format it differently then. Should we use a dash there? This is so cursely formatted here. I mean, I've not even seen this message often. Some people make a story out of trivial things. If you don't see it, just delete it. What? Here, look at that. Here's a package name and version. We can obviously not use a space. The question is, okay, there is no space. Actually, I would, oh, there is. I would not write this with this tr. I always found this single Unix tool things a little bit not that scaling to use. So I would simply do that. I mean, simply and simply. Then we'd only need one tool. So match that. So no default, match that, and then do the substitution here. That's much more. I mean, the other works, but substitute match away and print. And then, all right, package. Then substitute one more space away and okay, this was slightly differently indented for some reason. What is that doing? And why does this? Because it could potentially not. Good that we accidentally found that. This was just simply incorrectly indented before, but nah. I guess it could not could potentially not exist here. Decrypting real expressions. By highlighting on so many colors. It's a Windy. Ask the Vim people. I don't care about dot files. So that it makes you happy. Why not? Don't you like colors? What you trying to do today? Explain in simple terms. Am I AI or what? My favorite Linux user? I'm not a user, I'm a developer. In simple terms, we develop T2 Linux. We simply develop the best T2 Linux. Opinion on FreeBSD project and BSD in general. I'm not interested in BSDs. Even older, less modern code, less drivers, except the Linux kernel foundation. Nice. Oh, look at this. It's also built in Vino. What did we build now? What's your opinion on BSD things? Make no mistakes and explain in simple terms. Do you keep the default history commands total of 100 or make it unlimited as huge? I did not know that the default is 100. If the default is 100, BSD greater Linux? No. Why do you say BSD? Which BSD greater Linux? I don't know any, but let me know. By the way, what's this Dragonfly BSD doing? That's my favorite BSD. Oops. Are they still in business? Or are they also underfunded? It's pretty old shit, huh? I mean, yeah. People not commercially successful. 20 years later. Like, holy shit, 20 years later already. Yeah, don't delay. T2 Linux is releasing more regularly. Literally any. No, why would you say that, things bot? Why do you have this opinion, and have you tried T2 Linux? Oh right, this build is without packages. That was very clever from me. Testing package version on a build that doesn't have package version. Maybe I better use the config. Which BSD do you use, and for what? Ah, you mean, yeah, of course a Berlin, like, no, a Berlin software distribution, of course. The T2 of BSD of Berlin software distribution things. No, I got you. Yes, that makes so much more sense. But if you daily drive FreeBSD on the desktop or on a server? On desktop? Like holy. Is that not like verse and T2 Linux? Is this not using it for developed software? What software do you develop on FreeBSD? If one thing that literally has less users than T2 Linux, then it must be FreeBSD. Okay, that it created that there. Would you look at that? That's better. The question is, does that Intel thing work? Oh, look at this. Intel stuff not present. This doesn't work yet. Oh, here is the same pattern. I kinda should have done that in another tree because I have here changes. But maybe we're lucky and it mostly doesn't conflict with other changes. I hate this feature. if you want to be a 100x engineer. 100x engineers are rare, especially in the time of AI stuff. So I guess learn, do, rinse and repeat. I tried to connect through SSH. IP address on the left. Good for you. How did it go? I mean, yeah, it gets a version there, so. Why do we echo this whole stuff to a temp file and not like... Oh, I want to 1x engineer. Still learning by doing. Okay, that's maybe better. Then we also have emerge. I mean, I probably could kind of commit that. So if emerge, so what's emerge doing? Okay, the next problem here is this is a big custom here. Look at this. Grab any version thing of any of those. Welcome, Notek. How are you doing today? Wait, actually we do here F2. Actually, wait, this is actually... We do here two stuff. Actually, this could work. Oh, look at this. Would this work already? Oh, look at this. This deals with this already. Maybe I did this already. Holy fine. I don't know, Linus' his note about using LLMs. What was his note about using LLMs? Maybe I'm just not familiar with how tight-knit Linux dev community is, but I don't see how the ownership can... Which ownership? Tight-knit? Don't see how the ownership can be enforced. I'm not even sure what you mean. Installing T2 work laptop, found a bug in the way we Linux firmware, some stuff are some linked. I fixed this recently, no tech. I noticed I fixed this a week ago or two. Which ISO did you use? Did you use the latest incoming one? I think that should have fixed that already. Like the latest, whatever. Why SVN over Git? Because Git did not exist when we started, and Git is too complex and doesn't have any benefits for us to immediately switch. Eventually, we probably, when subversion ain't totally not be maintained anymore, maybe we have a Git mirror already. Mersing my algorithm coding content things. Can you leave a backdoor? What strange question are these? I'm not appreciating those. Tuesday T2, it still happens. Maybe you did not commit or so. I thought I'd fixed that. Are them links but not actually copied? Wi-Fi firmware ucode files. I had this fixed. Maybe I didn't test it enough. I thought I had fixed it. Here is probably take over generic things. Reference here, maybe here. Maybe 319, fix Linux to install reference firmware resembling targets too. I hope. I thought I tested this. I mean, sometimes I test stuff and it like, but that's also, yeah, I mean, that's the reality. Both. Doctor. Clickbait titles, at least one viewer, the doctor, taking clickbait titles. Oh, look at this. So that here. Yeah, I should have kind of done this in a clean copy, but it is what it is. Too many changes, man. Package prefix is too old. Yeah, I guess we could commit it with this here. This is some 20-year-old to old. Binary things. So this should only be package version thing fixes. We also do some work on Linux itself, yes. But we are also a Linux. I mean, it's minor cleanups around it because it's, in my opinion, pretty wasteful to commit minor cleanups separately. I mean, the test is still there for prefix entry. We could actually assign that here, then we didn't need to. I mean, theoretically plus some other random things, but is it none? Okay, what else did we wanted to do? You see, I stopped procrastinating. If you were... So, remember everyone, no own override, never hire and work together with this guy. He publicly writes, if I were you, I would leave a backdoor like you're fired. You're not even, you failed your interview. Goodbye and good luck. Please never touch software. No, that's not a new option. This option exists probably 20 years. This option existed since I do embedded things. And we built the desktop, the live desktop obviously without binary packages, just to squash it as. I just fixed that here. Our extra versions that we like historically we nearly never had used this extra version. So for Rapology we made using this extra version great. And we did not yet create this old-fashioned installer binary packages with extra version. I just fixed it. Okay, what are the next big things? Could probably commit this here. That's just compacting the copyright. I guess, probably, maybe. And not printing that anymore. What do I even do? Here, cleaner builds. What do we want to do next? Actually, the one thing that we really could do, this is super annoying. The one thing we probably should do is fix our riser FS patch before it bitrots even more. Because, and that is exactly what I said. Why do I keep these things around? Ah, this still applies. Oh, cool. It's at least apply tested. Remember when I said like this pointless deletions, right? I literally the other week wanted to access for installing testing with old T2 things. You have a 10-year-old riser as drive and like, yeah, now you can't mount it anymore, right? And I had the best intention of keeping this around, but didn't, so amazing, right? Is this the most important? No, but if we don't do it soon, it will bitrot even more. So the last time I tried, it was compiling but crashing. Rise of Risk was maybe a political decision. No. It was a stupid decision. It wasn't really a political decision, it was old stuff delete, but this was a wrong decision because 20 years ago this was the first high performance production ready journaling file system, and it was not only the default in Rock Linux and T2, it was even the default I believe in SUSE, maybe Red Hat or whatever. And even if it were not the default, so there are millions of storage things somewhere. And most, of course, like National Archive, whatnot, and who knows what National Record Archive things, where they shred the Epstein files and things. They have all more storage. Like even I have here boxes of old disks, and now I plug them in and I can't read them anymore. Like this is just stupid. It's not, yeah. So the problem with that is, I vaguely remember that. So the question is, does it still build? The last time it was crashing. But this are the usual Linux. The Linux kernel is full with short-sighted um, short-sighted decisions. Um, what should I say? It's literally probably newer than NTFS. I mean, theoretically, you know what? Let's do file system things. Let's even restore this one here. This also didn't build. Maybe they have this upstream already. As we rename this already, let's rename this slightly to lowercase. I don't like uppercase. Yeah, let's redo this. Did Control-C work? Good. While this builds, let me refresh some drink and stuff and back in a second. So we could check if the T2 people did that in the meantime. There was some API change. Did they rebase that? Oh, they rebased something. Linux 7. I mean, this patch set here is really meh. What is that here? With which kernel? Like, who writes such unprofessional commit messages? There was some lame quirk, but that's I900 because I have Thunderbolt not working. Sorry, trackpad. 18 hours, but this is already... Maybe we could reload that and how's the raw? Maybe they modified this. Oh, did I forget somehow? Wait, what have I done? How did I lose my camera? I thought I clicked there. Okay, whatever. Actually, we could pre-test this. Where did I build this? Here somewhere? Or did I use the same? Okay. Too many builds here. Why does this not... oh, riser? Undeclared write crash. Oh, that there is more stuff failing. Oh, damn it. Yeah, file system is surprisingly file system they change the most, maintaining everything else, and before you come with your UC so much to maintain, like usually this is tree wide substitute stuff that's totally easy, just like not when we're not the developer. It's also crazy for me how much, like, some of file system, which should be the most stable, they constantly re-architect the most. I mean, certainly this folio pages thing recently changed a lot. Yeah, keeping main RiseF as just building is surprisingly painful. Kinda more than Itanium. Stop using write cache pages. Stop using obsolete and use write back iter directly. This is basically just open codes without the indirect call, and thus probably ways to structure the code even nicer as follows on. The future is now. So much nicer, don't you see it too? Sunday Entertainment, thank you for your super thing. This is coding SMR, yes. But there is more for that. What do we do with RiserFS? You all, I mean, it's not the most, but don't you go out during the weekends? For what? Have you seen the state of the world? Don't you go out during the weekend? Oh, you mean me? For what do you want to go out? Have you seen the environmental pollution? Also, then you don't get stuff done. For fun? Like, what's more fun than code? I think you don't want to be in IT. Like, change my mind. If you don't find code fun, like, maybe you shouldn't code. I had previously touched this RiserFS things. Yeah, in retrospect, but only recently do I have a little bit more time. I don't need to rush stuff that excessively. I broke this riser patch here with one of those rebases. One of them was more major, or like somewhat, and wasn't tested, and when I wanted to use it, it broke it. Yeah, this stuff here, I didn't quite understand this here. How should we? Ah, that is so annoying. Oh man. I mean, the good thing is it's not that much. It's just like, what precisely do these functions do? Does someone else do this stupid work? And again, this is not much. Every file system developer would have done this in 5 minutes. I'm just not full-time file system developing. Maybe I should give up on this and just arm the effort. Maybe someone else is maintaining it. No, the only thing is what is that here? There is a video transition from Riser to XFS. What the fuck do you need a bloody video for that? Maybe you should learn to wipe code and wipe code this. Okay, that's just dev config stuff. I mean, in a way, it shouldn't be that much work. Ain't it such amazing weather today? I don't know, where are you? Depends where you are on this planet. On Earth, on Mars, on Venus, on Moon. What device is this man using? We are using. You're in Berlin? Happy to hear that. What devices are we using? We're using a Steam Deck and 1750X and X1 Elite. I'm a DevOps engineer. I love code, but I'm feeling off. Should I now want to go off? I'm feeling off about it now. I want to go out, rather sit happy for you. It's fun. There is nothing else to do, to be honest. Coding especially control the winds. Pushing boulder up the mountain, picking up piece button isn't what you would like to. What? Picking up the shattered pieces, pushing. What are you even bloody talking about? It's mostly this stuff plus the new stuff. So, and this here we. Do we have the log of that? We still have the log. So what was the other stuff? But the thing is going out, like, you know, I have an open source project to run, so during the week I earn money, and if I want to get any Linux stuff done, I need to do it during the weekend, right? It's not like the Sovereign Tech Fund or NLnet is giving us any money. So that's how open source developers spend their weekend. Binary expression struct and int. Struct state flex and int. What the heck is that here even? And valid operands to end. I mean, this here we can fix. How many of write cache pages do we have? Only one. For keeping the spirit of open source alive. Thank you for the massive super things there. Even in Euro, no less. Appreciate this. Thank you, White Shell. Personal Sunday hero. Thank you for keeping my spirit high too. Yeah, for the future of T2, I think we really need a better name. I think we will not, like, no matter how amazing T2 is, if we want to become like a Linux foundation, but just in cool, we need a better name. I don't have a better name. Something like Open Embedded, but for what we do. Has someone an amazing name? Some name so amazing that we can go to big corporations and get money. Like for keeping all the support. Like basically what the Linux Foundation should do, but doesn't do. That's also why we never changed the name NoTech. So initially we just needed a name for the Subversion repository. And that is why this try2 came from. But then we never found a good name. Especially, I mean, you could always like thumb Linux. What about R2 for, yeah, but I don't want to make this about me. It was never about making it about me. We need a name so good, like we need a name like Mozilla, like basically we need a name like Linux Foundation, like the failing Mozilla Foundation. We need a name like Open Office, like Open Embedded, but just like fitting to our project. Some R2 Foundation, Intel and AMD would also not fund. I mean, hey, we could call it Infrastructure Foundation. I mean, we certainly can't call it Open Source Foundation, and certainly Open Embedded is done. Ironically, I never liked the Yocto name. I mean, Yocto is like, what does it even stand for? By the way, I did not expect Yocto to be successful. When the Intel people did Yocto, I was so laughing of like, what a nice try when T2 is so much better, and yet they have a multi-million-dollar foundation and we have nothing. For me, it's an absolute shocker that people use Yocto. Like, I did not expect anyone except Intel using Yocto. Like, this is so... Yocto sounds like yogurt, yeah. Open... yeah. I mean, we certainly can't call it Underlead Foundation, the Code Underlead and Maintain Foundation. Not Arch Linux Foundation, Embedded Foundation. Yeah, the only thing is we do more than embedded, but ideally something so universal that we can get money from AI things, and so it's that we could get money from desktop like framework laptop and AI things and stuff, but it's so difficult, like naming so difficult. Oops. Anyway, not the most important thing. I'm just mentioning that they're not Arch Foundation. I mean, hey, we could call it suckless if just not people would do suckless. Like, how to join what you're doing. There's GitHub for that, you all. How to join here. Go there. Don't delay. Download T2. Go through things. Like, there's literally no shortage of things to do. Don't delay, install and use T2 Linux today. Oh, this still fails here. So basically that here, what is it, right? So that's things. Let's just steal their code here of like doing what they do. And yes, I often implant this just in here. So they have here beach riser. What do they have? Right cache pages. Right cache pages mapping. So is it not amazing? Delete a global shared function to put it into each FS. Amazing. Get typed here or something. What do they have here? They have here file. They have here address space mapping, right back control, and then they remove that here. I mean, literally, we wouldn't even need that here. Right data, folio, null things, folio, right back iterator, mapping things, folio, error. Right folio, right back things, data is null, I guess. And then like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 new lines. Super error prone, I know. Eleven more lines. Oh, I forgot to change this there. Is this 11? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Wow. I can count apparently, maybe. It's purely spaces. Oh wait, do they? Wait, do we purely space or not? I thought not. No, we don't. Wait, this is so one more. First tops first, probably maybe. How do they? But this also doesn't. How do they indent here? Or just two tabs? What style do they use? I mean, not that it would. Maybe just two, I don't know. I mean, this data is always null right now. We could delete it, but go to a little girl and ask her to name it. Name should be easy. Nah. Which Linux should you recommend things? The next person who recommends NixOS here will be banned, right? There shall be no other distribution. T2 is so much better than NixOS. If you hijack my channel for your Nix and Arch recommendation, you will get banned. That's the last warning. DBK distribution buildcat, DBK foundation. Arch with hyperland. Don't make me ban you. You're asking to get banned, right? You're living a dangerous life there. This is a This is a T2 Linux programming channel. DBK sounds like a bank. DBK sounds like it's literally German Bank, Deutsche Kredit here. There's literally a local bank here in like Berlin. That distribution build kit, it's like how about the rock software foundation? And we could sovereign. How about the sovereign tech foundation? Hate Nix that bad? Nix? What is that even? Nix means, spoiler alert, in German nix means nothing. Maybe there is a reason for that. So if you want a nothing OS, then go ahead. Does anybody know the font name? That's Comic Code. Of course I know the font. That's Comic Code. And you wanted what? Keyboard? Keyboard. Of course you want keyboard. Keyboard. It's a new file, new fee or whatever. Field 75 HE with gauge run wide. Wall effect thing. Font. Actually, I think I have font. I think I have font here. Didn't we font? Because number 2 question. Font. Say greetings to this designer whose font I'm constantly promoting. Maybe they didn't fully fix APFS. And I had hoped this patch would update timing things. Good that this patch we applied apparently doesn't fix it. Or did I not? Now I'm not sure if I even replaced that. Actually, no, we could easily check. Apparently I did something stupid here. Somehow tab completion also doesn't work in this for some reason. Which doesn't exist. Oh, P1. Something here is meh, always with this thing. I did this really inefficiently today. Sometimes I'm not in the vibe here. I moved this. Let's do riser. I want my riser back. Suckless would have been a nice name, except not the most popular, but pity that some actually sucking software people took that over apparently. Any particular reason? Because I believe in long-term support and I have here dozens of hard disks with riser FS and I would prefer to be able to read them. Any use case covered? Not. I want to read my old backups, you all. Like, I did never agree with Linus Torvalds just deleting shit. Like, this is not serious business. They have so much money. What's the first coding language? The first was BASIC, but that sucked. And I, as an 8-year-old, I quickly gave up on BASIC because BASIC was too limited for my 8-year-old. The first true programming language was Turbo Pascal, which was a stupid choice, but that was a popular DOS choice, which edules made up until I realized as a 13-year-old that Turbo Pascal sucks too. And then I moved on to Turbo Assembler because I needed high performance on my father's 25 megahertz overclocked 386 SX25 with 2 megabyte of memory. And so what's going on? Say it in one line. Which features are you building? Say it in one line. Like, why do you speak with me like with an AI agent? I'm not your AI agent. I can say it in one marketing word, so, and that is T2 Linux. You're welcome. Don't forget to subscribe. And potentially switch to this most amazing Linux. Then, actually coffee. My coffee is cold. What you know about Gentoo? It's good old PC. What you know about it's good old for PC? What good for old PC? No. T2 Linux is much better for old PC. You old Gentoo. You need to compile most things from source. With T2 you get a really fat T2 better than Gentoo in most things. Like in 99% of tasks, T2 Linux better than Gentoo. So this will still not build, but at least the patch applies. What is with this next thing here? Operands binary. I swear if some kid comes to me and talks to me like an AI, I'm getting arrested. Nah, you mean like you do rather things? I would not recommend you doing rather things. Forget distros. I want to know how you manage to keep drinking coffee from that minuscule cup. What do you mean? That's a big fat ass cup. Like that's literally 250 milliliters. That's bigger than Donald Trump's tiny little teeny hands, girl hands, you all. Like that's a big fat ass cup for adults. That's a European sized big fat ass cup, you all. I don't know what teeny tiny. We're not talking Trump things here. It's a child family friendly channel, man. It's only available Apple. Like, no! T2 is for everything. This T2 Linux stuff is from other people. T2 is a 30 long run. It's for DEC Alpha, for Itanium, for PS3, for RISC-V, for ARM, for all the things. Stop always going to this other website thingy. Small, I'm sipping coffee from double in size, still having one every 2 hours. Good for you. It's quality, not quantity. Here, cheers. Man, so Rather was marked, deprecated in, removed in. Looks like, yes, and I kept maintaining it. It was working initially. We are getting sidetracked, yes. Just got ads. Just install T2 Linux right now. Exactly, that's the spirit. Don't delay. The only Linux distribution you shall ever remember and use is T2 Linux today. Okay, I did this really inefficiently. Sometimes I need some, yeah. So we implemented that potentially, maybe. What's going on with this iState here? iState, I knew which thing here. I don't even, what's even is its problem? Inodes, wait, inode state, this is now inode state flex. They made this a struct. They made this a struct. I mean, that's the thing that tree-wide conversion would... I mean, if we had... I wonder if we would take... If we fork Linux, like if we would fork Linux into Renux, how often can they convert the APIs? Yeah, they convert this every month. Like every Linux... this is so unserious, right? Apple and Microsoft and Oracle and what is this other failed, like not only Sun, but SGI or SCO Unix? Like none of them would have been fucking successful if they changed their bloody file APIs every release. The Linux kernel people, every bloody release, let's change this struct, let's change, like this is so low quality engineering. But I wanted, like this is so strange. Like this, people have such a strange mind virus. You all, it's like, I wonder if we'd forked the Linux kernel years ago, or finally no, and like, if we'd maintain a Linux kernel with all the things they delete, would this be more successful? Like, would we be the Linux 2.0 renewed, undeleted foundation things? The Linux kernel is, for all the success Linux has, it's strangely, depressingly, annoyingly, kinda also not successful. What did they do here? By keeping fix inode initialization. By keeping inode state inew as long as rework handling of without fences. Describe I as new, rework handling. Handling to operate without fences. 619 RC1. Add missing fences. Rework. Things, the former turn, observe. Drop, lock. By moving it out, still has. Where are we here? Call things. Where was the rework? How did I miss this? Here, some fixes. Warning. I is new, not described in iLookup 5. Where is this bloody change? inode hash code grab state ilog is held found sync synchronous reword flag is not most of the simpler reason comes. Debian, it's Linux 2. I don't know, most things. I noticed the new 575 field H is hard to come by. From one next best Hall effect you go for. I'm not a keyboard expert. I purchased that when it was new. Like, I guess I liked this keyboard specifically for its look, and I wanted to try Hall effect keys. I'm basically I'm not a keyboard market expert. I'm sorry. Don't delay refactor your API daily. Yes, amazing. Debian is nice. Using it. Yes, Debian is nice. But have you seen this unsuccessful, few developers, increasingly successful, undeleted Linux things? Do you have role for ML engineer at your company? No. And I will put you on a blacklist now. You're welcome. We proudly do guru meditated code by using our brain here with pride, digital sovereign European high quality software stuff. We don't wipe code shit together like the Silicon Valley people do. Like, we want our software working on like, not like API kaput here. Hey, Unkaputtbar Foundation. How about we? Unkaputtbar Linux. Here, we found a name. So what is it, Riser or APFS? Okay, that's the more riser. Obviously, xatter function things. There is more omitting name functions. Oh, this. Yeah. Okay, that's just a warning. Does not refer to any mountif as riser. What? Okay, what is iNew? What is inode iState? What's going on here? iState underscore state. What did we grab for? iNew. What's with iNew? inode state bits protected by iLock. iNew and iThink. What did they bloody change there? State bits underscore iNew. iNew underscore state flex enum. Read once dirty. What? What's even going on here? Debian is package so old you often can't even build software without installing a new compiler and... What? What's my opinion on Hall effect after using it? Mostly great, but I sometimes have double key presses. It's a little bit annoying. Debian is package so old you often can't even build software without installing a new compiler? Python? What? What are you even talking about? That sounds pretty strange. No, not originally, but I'd be happy for any opinions. We only use T2 Linux here. That's my opinion. Do you need a secretary in your foundation? I am here always. Do you work for free? Because currently our foundation is underfunded. iState. inode iState. inode state flex. Oh, you know what I think they did? They are hiding that so to find API to they intentionally did that. What was it state? What was the name of this thing? I know it's state. Make plain access failed to compile. Here it is. October 9th. Merely renaming still lets the compiler making the following suggestion. Did you mean underscore iState? And for some people will add the underscore and call it a day. In order to make it harder to mess it up this way, hide it behind a struct. So writing should be convincing in terms of check invalid things, flex int. But nothing can be done for that case. Why do they do that? Manually converts the use of accessors of all places. Nothing to look apart. Input final. Open coded accesses prevents asserting they are done correctly. here they did this last October. Open coded things in order to keep them manageable. This patch set manually gets the thing off the ground. Current consumers. Okay, what did we have there? But I'm not a developer. This be too much time. Don't know. Using the bin from my old netbook only 6. Legacy Linux. Patch version 7.14.14. Is that corner a front of web? Corner of his display in front of the webcam? Yes. Where else should I put it? Debian stable at the end of its life cycle has an old compiler, not much of an issue now. Current stage is E14, but previous stable things, which was not enough for some things. Hello, hello. So here inode state new. So actually, what do they usually do? It's all checks for new. Read inode, read once. The funny thing is being against C++ and now they basically C++ify accessory stuff. Like 20 years ago, C++ is evil because all the inefficiencies, like now they open code all the getters and setters and stuff. Sam Altman says Sam Altman is also full of shit. Sam Altman will also sell your sister and stuff to Epstein Island. So also like Sam Altman's GPT is as amazing as Elon Musk's already arriving at Mars. Like remember the Elon Musk full self-driving that's not materializing yet, and his Mars stuff by 2026 or whatever. It's like, yeah. Surely wake me up. Like when wake me up when Elon Musk come back when Elon Musk reaches Mars. Oops. Oh, I hate this. Oh, they just meh. There. If lock is held, then if lock is not held and only held conditionally. Read ones. Read or read ones. So lock. Now we need to figure out what should I know? Invict inode, I guess potentially lock held, I don't know. Here's an right log of inode things. Inode istate, so what was it? Inode read ones inode. Inode state read ones of inode. That's so much better than before. Yep, fixing fire. Rather, what's locking here? Rather, I get things of okay, object ID, things of logs. I mean, I could directly edit this in patch space. Need to be able to read this. Actually unlock new users. Here is unlock new inodes. So that what was it? Read, right? Was it just here? This is locked. This is also locked. Was it read with help lock? So much better than before. Wait, what? Now the only constant change in regressions. The full self-driving, they just admitted that they sold, like what you're talking about, they sold in Tesla Model 3, they sold $8,000 full self-driving that they never delivered. Like after telling here, well, what do you mean? Like what you're drinking? Like what drugs do you take? Musk just admitted years later that they ripped off their customers and told them for years, coming next year, coming next year. And now they don't have it, so grog means Tesla. Holy shit, you're drunk. Because it's cancelled. Wherever the whatever somewhere Google bed. Reread things comment that helped you something people. You doubled I knew in the last change. Yes, thank you. I just realized this copy and pasting this here. It comes from too much talking. Also, we just figured here the lock is held, so I think it was this here. This here I don't know, but this here is probably because here is read locked. I know it's probably locked, so I guess that's. What did they say here? inode state read, inode state read 1. So if ilock is held, so I guess their ilock is held. Why don't you use cursor? Like I don't want to waste my time with. I don't want to waste my time and money trying random shit, right? Like because I don't want to become as dumb as Homer Simpson. If you want to become a Homer Simpson of wipe coding shit, then please, but without me. Okay, I probably broke stuff there. What did I do here? Maybe doubling that here. Current calling undeclared current umask. Current, you mean current work? Oh, how helpful. Yeah, this is basically AI quality, like you mean random shit, no. Oh, there is also super C? Read locked inode, so what was the API? Read inode state read. Oh. LLMs will dump you down and make you addicted. And what's your take on web coding? Bro, I'm so sick and tired of answering web coding literally every 5 minutes. Vibe coding is shit, and it will only dump you down, make you addicted, and make big tech take you all your money for your vibe coding tokens. I know that T2 was used for Puppy Linux multiple times. Puppy Linux uses T2 for things every other year. I'm aware of that. How is that comfortable? Because I finally can read stuff. Is that the end goal? You're working so hard. For what in the end? Money, fame? To have an OS? What happens when, let's say, this is done? This will never be done. GitHub sucks, man. I mean, I might be in unrelated topic things and pile up UI and stuff and shit and too pissed. Good. It is sad how everything comes down to AI, like just AI. It is sad, you all. So field mount. What's the next thing here? Incompatible integer converting returning mount bdef fill super. What's even undeclared mount bdef? What more thing did I? Maybe I should like ignore comments. Man, I should have concentrated more copy and pasting this stupid stuff. Which line even? Or was this? Oh, maybe this was wrong. Maybe I scrolled too high. Remount fs does not refer to what's remount fs. Where did this go? Port to the new mount API. Shit. I remember this vaguely. Ah, damn it. It's annoying, like how. Just delete. Wonderful. Oh, that was null. Yeah, I vaguely remember this. We need here new as they changed this. They okay, so basically what did this function even do? So this is remount with different flags, right? Oh, this is stupid. How file system APIs can change. How can you contribute? Yes, you can just send money or code. How can you? Like in other open source project. Keep binding to switch tabs in tmux. Basically the default one. You like, why do you need to know? How should we find that, man? What I usually do is check another file system, preferably simple ones like Minix or whatever. New mount API here. 2024. But that's the crazy stuff, right? They maintain complete garbage that even I never use, but like the stuff I have my backups on, they delete. It's like... Can share the GitHub, yes. Here, GitHub, things, somewhere, probably. Also, there's something new. Ah, wonderful, future AI. Here. What's that doing? Reconfigure FS context. Oh, look at this. They just renamed this reconfigure. That looks easy enough to, or not. Oh shit, there is more. I'll get 3. Oh, holy shit. Minix fill super. Oh, damn it. Oh. Why do I do this to myself? How the Linux kernel people are so eager, like this is so Arbeitsbeschaffungsmaßnahme, like Somehow I'm getting myself more and more disconnected with Linux kernel. The way they work for 20 years so does not align with any of my software development principles. For me, it seems that web coding makes the bar lower for a non-developer to make something. Yeah, to make shit. AI helps non-developers wipe some shit together, but hope it makes you happy. This is always this simple for like, how did they port new? Why did I touch that today? Oh, somehow. I don't understand how the Linux kernel people like to do that all day. Like, for me, that's such a waste of time. I mean, yeah, can I replicate these few changes, but is this... I guess we did some things and then I lost motivation. I guess it would have kinder be easier to do this in a Git thing and not in a patch thing. I mean, a little bit like, hey, how about every Sunday a little bit progress here? So I think I have here some incorrect spaces in there. What did I do here? I think that has one too many. Yeah, just for being able to read my old disks. And before you say it's so much work, you know, for the people who just do it in this moment, it's nearly no work. Those who know, who work all day. Any other small thing that we... The problem is the previous patch wasn't even stable. Let's see if this APF... The thing is, of course I don't need it in production anymore. But it would be nice to be able to use it. If you work with set standard, yes. Which terminal do you use? Is there a setup you have for dev? What tools you recommend? Massive refactoring work. I mean, I guess I would recommend Git. Part of the issue comes from the fact that firmware files don't come with mod info and is never included in the list of. Oh, that's also a possibility. I actually add there some wild cards. But I guess they're not enough. I use console, but just to, like before I used Alacrity. Also console mostly irrelevant. I mean, for refactoring Git and stuff, but otherwise, I mean, yeah, maybe some fancy editor, but how do you organize code? How do you organize? You have specific questions. I try to keep stuff simple. Did I not ls? Do I not ls some files into the used files? Like, yeah. So some are generated dynamically and some are also simply missing. I noticed that some are generated dynamically. Some I found I LS'd into the file. Of course, it's a T2 modification to only install used things, which I still think is useful. It's just a little bit error prone for us to find some random things not in there. Yeah, you see ls intel. Why does it not work then? For example, also we probably should ls power VR, but that's basically, maybe we should if IVL build then ls, because we need similar if power VR than ls. Intel IY. Wait, you wanna tell me the Intel Wi-Fi are missing too? I didn't quite had this issue yet. Okay, this makes Apple APFS build, I guess, right? This fully build. Okay, let's try this riser shit. I mean, eventually we need to do it if we want to support it. Now we started, now we can also finish it more. We have so many people here to go through that together. So... there goes that. What we're trying to achieve, only the best. We're trying to achieve the best and most devised and backward compatible Linux distribution ever, for which we need your support. The T2 Linux with Intel, like everything undeleted and made amazing again. From Intel Titanium to DEC Alpha over Sony PS3 and latest and greatest RISC-V stuff. World domination via T2 Linux things. Can you teach us some stuff? Yes, I try. IVL files are selected thanks to mod info, whatever, but none of the ones in Intel IVL Wi-Fi. I mean, I could test here. I have here this ARM board with Intel. I think it works on my ThinkPad though. Why does it work on my ThinkPad? Is the ThinkPad too old not to have two new fancy Intel Wi-Fi? What's the user count of T2? Probably 1 million of devices. How should I know? It's open source and everyone just steals it for free, downloads it and installs it. I don't know how many devices, security appliances and delivery vents and environmental control. Like, once a company even used it for environmental controls. It's like, how should I know if they've sold 1,000 or 1 million? Like, dude, you have questions. It doesn't matter. It's amazing. Like, what does it matter? How many people? Do you like T2 Linux more because like 5 people use it? Like, do you? As far as the growth of T2 Linux last year was 26,000%. I hope this year we achieve the same. So go, share, like, subscribe, you all. Yeah, exactly. All I could do is grab server logs of download counts, but even that is off because people can share and install from one USB drive to... like, hear me out. What if we could actually do, I thought about this before, like we could solve our, like we could make T2 even more serverless. What if we included some T2 OS sharing servers, like some T2 torrent install D that doesn't delay and mesh distributes T2 Linux stuff today? Huh? Too old? Yes, probably too old. I have here, what is that? I have here in this Meta Computing donated board, this one, but that's probably not the latest, right? What would they plug in there for me to donate? Would they plug in the latest or some old shit? Here's this one. That has some Intel Wi-Fi, that one. AX, wait, is it even Intel? Yes, it's Intel. Wi-Fi 6E 8, is this new enough? 1 year old. I mean, the ThinkPad is not that older. The ThinkPad is also only 1.5 years old, I believe. The ThinkPad should be that one. The ThinkPad Lenovo sent me and then thankfully didn't ask it back, so... Also, it's probably old and written off, so... Thank you, Lenovo, we appreciate this. Where would that be? Mobile? Lenovo? Stuff in 1 Gen 9 that has a LS USB Intel Core AXO that's similar. But why does it not? Oh, that's probably PCIe connected, right? Is it here somewhere? PCI Wi-Fi network things. Oh, that was so new, it didn't have a PCI ID. Wi-Fi 6E, yes, should be. I mean, whatever, that one here is 7E7, yeah, YOLO. Okay, reserve as patch. Let's take the Minix thing here, or alternatively we could X2. Do they still have X2? X2, you have stack X2. New API, convert things to the new mount API. Is this small folio conversion? Oh, there is. Convert new mount API. Mask. Error mask. Why do they change that so much? Is that really the right commit? Oops. Why do they change that too much? That much just for the new mount? Like this is ridiculous. How about... I just want to find the best example to copy from. JFS new mount instead of random mount. Tested by comparing random mount options before and after. Wow, what a sophisticated test. Oh, that's also so much. Holy shit. Damn it. What if we rm-rf all the shit just steal it for free. That's how stealing works, I guess. Moisex. Also T2 is being used. Puppy Linux. Some also features being built used here. Things make some streaming services like whole userland program run from a server. It would be. You can make some streaming servers. It makes whole userland programs run from a server. What? $20 a month for T2 Linux. What? Yeah, surely you should donate $20 now. Okay, so much to getting some inspiration, and most things sucked. Welcome to my here J. Oh, this was just a delete. Wonderful. Here was this Minix. Do I like that? No. Convert Minix new mount, remount done, reconfigure, remount to reconfigure context. Let's see if we can make this shit somewhat work. We need more users. I mean, do other people care? Not really. I mean, if why do I have higher quality expectations in the Linux Foundation? Maybe by this method. Maybe it means to like virtual machines through browsers. So super remount fix file, super remount riser reconfigure struct fx context. The future is now. Gone there. Reconfigure. What then? So it had super block, so we need super block info things. Fill super. Minix fill super. Why do we do this to ourselves? Get tree. Get tree and reconfigure. Get tree and reconfigure. Minix mount. Mount bdev. This module Minix fx context fs kills b kill block super. Okay, a Minix mount also. I mean, is that not amazing? Linux Kernel Foundation, it probably is. Oh, thank you for becoming a member there. That is highly appreciated. Of course, Trap would tell me to use a proper clanker. I know that trick, yes. This kind of stuff is exactly what we should use some clanker for. Isn't Linux Foundation a joke? Yes. That is how do we trap our most beloved viewer? Did you just join? Because earlier I was brainstorming we need a better name for T2 and the better T2 Linux Code Foundation. Like what? We need to rebrand for attracting more people and having a foundation that companies would want to give money to. Do you have, as you are one of the most highly appraised professionals here, what name suggests? Do you have any good name of making T2 like something like Linux Foundation? So we need to rename T2. 20 years later, we need from the temporary try2 to some name that is so amazing, like Apache, like Open Embedded. Like we naming is hard. Yes, that's how we. Welcome to the club. Pro procrastination for 20 years, avoiding to rename Timeless Linux. Here, YouTube for the win. Timeless Linux. That's the best suggestion today. Timeless Linux. The Timeless Foundation. The yeah, but it also should be a marketing proper. So basically, how about Reno from an animal? Yeah, we need something like Open Embedded, but better. Like something that AI and embedded and desktop companies and mobile companies can get behind. I just have not a good idea. Reno exists already. It's an Ubuntu fork. Ubuntu fork. Oh man, you had me at Ubuntu fork. Is it at least colorful like Rock Linux? Yes, Rock Linux. Set in stone Linux. Hey, time capsule Linux. The preserving Linux things. Okay, mount. Where is mount? Where is mount? Ugh, is this depressive? Read superblock. Ugh. So also as trap, like so trap. If ever you walk through your garden and touch your banana plant and you have an epiphany and have the most amazing name for a better T2 named foundation, please let me know. Also, what AI clanker tooling thing do you suggest me to use on refactoring here Linux kernel abundant code things? What should I use? What program do you suggest that I use? Mount is get superblock? Seriously? Init is what? Owner? Name obviously, ClassB, call superblock. FS, flex FS requires dev. Init FS content. What? How is... Where is Minix mount? Ah, there is mount. Okay, mount is gone. Mount is gone. Crazy shit. So what is the proper modern tooling that I need to switch to not waste my time with rebasing Linux kernel shit? Like what is the industry's best tool? Are these that act as priests? What are they AIs that act as priests? Currently reading T2 system development will install T2 after some time. Currently I'm on Debian. Wrong OS. T-Rex OS. Real talk, the quality of the results of clankers depends on the number of factors which it is frustrating combination of with the stuff. Yes, download open code and start playing with that. Model playing with. Okay, guess I need to try that someday. What was it? Get superblock. Okay, get superblock is just bdev. Was this set here? Get superblock. Mount bdev. That was gone. Okay, that's gone. Bye bye. Mount. I mean, how often they want to change mount APIs? It's like... Okay, so that's gone. Init fs context. Here goes that. I think, where even did I? Fs flex. Oops. Wonderful. This is native. Why did this not? This was space, so either fs init fs context. So here was mount bdev minix fill super, so I guess copy paste. get super def name arise as full super. So I guess here we go. Yes, inefficient, but yeah. F is context, get tree bdef, riser f as minix, oops, rf as look at this, so much better API, everything is amazing now. Beauty, oops. Rf as, what else did we? Okay, that goes then. Bye bye. That were spaces. Not that this would be that important at what it even. Man, somehow I'm forgot. Temporarily have a blackout how to use this. Ah, this is how. Too many editors, too many key bindings. Happy to offer advice on getting started. Can talk on Discord or even jump on Zoom and something if you like. Okay. Maybe in a week, or I'm a little bit busy right now. Appreciate your offer. I have some urgent things to finish the next days. They offer, what you're saying, things, combination of documentation, down, open code, start playing, they offer access. Another good retro success story using Clanker GPT open code was able to yesterday reverse to another custom compression things 93DO. How about Tesseract sounds meh. Tesseract T2 Linux Foundation, like, do you know RST2? Yeah, exactly. We need a name for Linux Foundation, not a retail store. Fire things, Phoenix SDE, nah. Yeah, the Phoenix Foundation, only to be sued by the BIOS vendor, right? Okay, so that's partially the boilerplate stuff. So this is, again, the maintainers could have done, yes, they don't do it anymore, yes, they deleted this, yada, 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 blah, blah, blah. This kill super, oh, kill super stuff. Kill super stuff changed in silent of holy. Kill super also. Kill super. Kill SB. Is it this one? Kill super. Yes. Kill SB. Is it super block? Was this a code? No, this wasn't. What? Fill super. Wait. I read this wrong. Fill and kill. Okay, in silence. So struct f as context to fill super. Huh? What is going on? Ah, caps lock, not caps lock. I'm confused. Should disable caps lock here. Silent. Where do they have silent? There they have silent. So here, silent. Stealing everything from Minix. FS. Better document-driven company things. Better community-driven company. Community. Better community-driven community. What? I have some VMs in VirtualBox for fun mostly. Rene Linux, Titanium. I don't see kids who wants to use Linux. cousin just doesn't like Linux. I don't see a kid who wants to use Linux like my cousin. They just don't like Linux in general because you can't play PUBG. Yeah, exactly. I don't. The thing is, I think I never really gamed that much. Maybe because, I mean, when I was 8, I tried to game, but the games, fun fact, when I was 8, I hated the DOS games, or when I was, yeah, I guess when I was 8. Fun fact, I hated most of the, I mean, the best DOS games were like Battle Chess. Like, due so many games, like, I really didn't, the 8-bit graphic of DOS games shit you all. I mean, I liked the Prince of Persia graphics, but I hated the game. I also hated the gameplay. The best thing of Prince of Persia for DOS was the graphics. Everything else sucked, I thought. Yeah. Like Link 3D Golf, like, but also like Link 3D or whatever. Yeah, Link 386 Pro or whatnot. I literally only started to like, I hated the game, but only wanted to see the graphics. I mean, even Maniac Mansion I didn't like that much. I mean, first of all, Maniac Mansion made me nightmares, and also the graphic wasn't that good. The first really amazing game was kinda Monkey Islands. That was literally the number. I would call this probably, maybe, I guess. Yeah, Monkey Islands had like the best vibes. I guess like Monkey Islands was amazing. Maybe having only a 386 with 2 megs of memory saved me from becoming gaming addicted. I literally had, the only thing I could do is write assembly code, because all the good games didn't even work then anymore. So it wasn't the graphics, it was the animation of Prince of Persia. Yeah, but I absolutely hate the gameplay. The gameplay was so cumbersome, because it is the latency was so high. You pressed an arrow key and then it made this animation. And it's like, nah, I didn't like this. Oh, a raid. Thank you for the raid of you and your friend. Appreciate this. Shout out. It's amazing. Yeah, let's do here. Let's not procrastinate only. Like, basically, what I wanted to say is, I mean, sure, I played a bit. Like, ironically, I probably gamed more at my neighbors with their fancy Amiga 500. I so admired our neighbors' Amiga 500. Like, dude, this thing was such a gaming beast. But in retrospect, some games were also not amazing. But sure, I gamed a bit. Mostly at my neighbors, but like not as much as some others. But also somehow gaming is such a waste. I would argue most people totally overdo gaming. Like, gaming sometimes a little bit is one thing, but like having nothing else to do in your life but gaming is like, the gameplay was kind of janky here. Agree, but only of some. I mean, not most, many. I wouldn't say many. I would say some. The gameplay of some games was there, yes. But yeah, the graphics were like, yeah. It's said that Amiga died. That would have been a nice competition to still have around. Anyway, let's do here Silent Things of a Silent Night of rather filling and killing super blocks. Reconfigure. So remount is reconfigure, and everything is amazing, right? So we have here. Wait, is this even? What even did I do here? So did I kill that already? Did I delete that already? Mount. Did I kill mount already? Mount. I think I dequarter mount. Turn quarters during mount time. On mount. Maybe I should concentrate more, not about. But this gaming, I don't know, you all. I mean, in previous people like service their car, build a house. Like somehow modern society is such a waste. I feel most people do so unimportant things all day long, you all. And then they wonder that with 50 they don't own a house or stuff. I don't know. KK, SSS, Scarthy things. SS Sugart Bus. How are you doing today? So, we did do the things. We did do that. We did do silent. We deleted that. We changed remount to reconfigure. We still need reconfigure. We still need to reconfigure that. By the way, does it need that even static int? Do we even need that? Like if it's a static here, that somehow sounds super fluid, you all. Nah. So context, did I change the other things here already? Block and SB, so that had super block. So we need super block and flex and SB info. How does this work? Did this not do any? SB read only. So we need that somehow. Struct things of. Maybe we just put that here. Super block SB. FC root. Minix SB info. Do we wait? Super block. Oh, wait, what? Why? What was it? This was super block SB flex. SB info Minix as this is why this did this. Okay, what do we have here? Okay, we have here super block. F is context root. And where do we have riser? F as SB mount options as mount options. What mount options do we process here? We have quite some mount options. Damn it. This will not work that easily. This is probably only so easy because this only has nearly none. There, we're not getting away that easily with that things. Where do they parse those options, parameters, spec, shit, damn it. T-token things of, needs complete rewrite of the stupid options, shit. Ugh, you all. Needs complete right of this option handling here. Oh, damn it. Let's save that. So this we have done elsewhere. It's not yet fully done. Yeah. I mean, rewriting for... yeah, we could improve that. Way more time working on this stuff, playing any game things. You played Overwatch for 4 years straight, 18 hours a day? Are you kidding me? What if your gamer version became a pro and made things? What do you mean gamer versions? Tango? You guys have things there. So this I had done in the patch already, so let's just save that on top of this and do something else. My motivation is somehow this ever-changing kernel APIs also make me really depressive. Maybe I should not work on things that make me depressive. Let's back this up here for this to continue. This could be flattened, this patch. It's preparing this here somewhat. Like, there's also super block S. We could call the super block was previously S. We could call it S. Yeah, some more stuff there needed. It's how I said earlier. Yeah, we should focus on doing important things for us. In a way, being able to read my old disks is support. Like basically, currently I can read none of my old disks anymore. Which, yeah, keyboard, yes. Okay, what more important things do we have to do? Could also go into the sunshine and enjoy the day a bit. Okay, this patch probably applies. So let's back up this hard work. It's not finished, but like some things. Homebrew working thing. It's a mechanical keyboard. Yeah, somehow, while I have so much to do, that's a keyboard by the way, maybe we should start looking like what file system API do we want? Somehow, if we ever wanted to write a microkernel, which kinda is not my priority, but if we do a new API, it will be more readable, it will be less performance and more readable. Probably should wipe code a microkernel. Where is even here somewhere? Some more. I mean, theoretically, we could do this fully. I mean, it's just so cumbersome. It's just like... it's a new context parser thing, you all. It's table tokens. Oh, holy shit, man. Parse options. Oh, damn it. Somehow I don't want to fiddle with context Silently ignore, only with smiley. Optic ignore, yay. Man, you had me at that. How did they even do that? Where do they parse option? Here they parse. Get option. Process one option from the list of current strings containing of mount options. Foo bar option end. Here is parse options. Why do they completely refactor that? Reconfigure. Actually, where do they? Add options that are served here. Save mask. Here they do parse. Like, why do they refactor that so much? Can we not? Do we need to refactor that so much? Why do they do that? Convert things. Does it need to be stored differently here? Aren't you? Maybe there is some underlying thing why they do that. Some underlying concept, but I also context flex JS discard. There's probably a real reason why they refactor this, but holy shit. Maybe community, if someone wants to wipe code, finish this riser as modernization thing. I think writing microcode will help your code to be more what? Pro CS player. CCP bot right. What's going on even? Yeah, let's do other things. This is not worth my time. This is not my department. That's Linux Foundation department, and they like to delete everything. Okay, what are the next real things we need to do? Let's concentrate a little bit more. Here's some nice to have things, some small things. The real thing is Flatpak. The real thing is images. Passwordless install. It's number one question now. What's the password? I mean, this here for more modern tooling. Sudo, I do not know yet, like something like that. I mean, maybe actually we had here also, oh, we don't have any dual boot support, by the way. Here's this one. This here is actually rather important. That's constantly annoying me. Adding the feature T2 SDR still lacking. Improving performance can be done later. What? Any terminal tips? Use basic config and basic tmax. Yes, I don't do dot files. I just get stuff done. T2 is already performant. The thing is only, I don't really want to work on the things the most here. Maybe we do one thing here because that's also the thing, right? Where we need a wider community, but even a wider community would not always do the next things for me. By the way, a miracle, we are having more viewers on YouTube, 100 viewers on YouTube right now. Can you believe? For example, we could do the next thing, because that's the thing, like, nice to have things, but I somehow don't have motivation to do it anymore. But the one thing for myself would be the hosting. Actually, why do I take this off here? Why did I take this off? I don't know myself. Let's do the next host name thing. That's a little bit annoying. I had implemented the super nice host name thing. And that currently doesn't work anymore with systemd. Oh, this is actually also the wrong power supply. And that's also the thing, right? Like, if you do like some open sourcing, like not everything is always fun. And like, why don't you do this and that and this and the other? It's like, yeah, I've done stuff for 30 years. Sometimes I mean, that's the thing. I like to do low-level things, like kernel things and stuff, but not so stupid things as changing mount APIs a dozenth time, 100th time. So we probably want capture. Let's steal this capture here. Actually, let's maybe leave. Let's try something. Let's leave that in here in the RISC-V board. I mean, yeah, but that's the thing. Like, maybe I should kind of switch to only do fun things for myself. And just don't. I mean, like, literally what I've done for the most time. But that doesn't make T2 more successful, right? That's the problem. Either I do the fun things for myself and nobody else cares, or I need to do the annoying things that I don't even want to do. So okay, capture dongle. Let's see how much works on the ARM board with those things here. And do I have power on already? And then we need. I should install this ARM thing. So Monday for depressive things, weekend for fun things. Let's see, do we have... Oops. Capture somewhere, 192. Basically what we really need with T2 Linux is people who like to do the things that I don't like to do. That would really help. Because I want to focus on low-level things. I always focus on low-level things, which probably explains why our installer is not better. So this came up with only one doc thing here. Let's see, does it reboot? And welcome first time chatter here. Okay, now escape doesn't work, I guess. That's a little bit sus always, that sometimes... Where do I have another USB port? Here's another USB port. Now I don't know if oh, it did. Oh no, it works. Yeah, this USB HID stuff. It's a little bit sus here. Yeah, I need to install this. So maybe I should do this today. It's also not something I want to do, but it's super annoying that it doesn't just boot T2 Linux. It of course cannot stay like this. Yeah, pro tip: do such things once. Because if you manually And first of all, it's not auto test usable, but also like if as often as I've done it in this time, I could also have changed it somehow. Also, it's crazy how relatively new this stuff is, and the vendor, it's like you get 6.6 and you will be happy, right? Also, I increasingly learn. I mean, yeah, it's a recurring theme that this companies like they obviously don't care about upstream, right? Like I increasingly learn this SOC companies like we do one kernel and the rest is yours, right? Look, you want to track things. What chair do you use to keep you back? What questions are you even asking? But you are a member, right? So you deserve. Does it thing mean member? Because you're member, you answer your chair answer. I use an office chair, a normally high quality office chair, a little bit fancy one. That is Hag Futo. That's getting freaking old. Yeah, don't like this price. We purchased this nearly 20 years ago, 18 years ago, 17 years ago. We purchased this for like 500 euro. I don't know what. I mean, yeah, 18 years of inflation. Yeah, not some gamer chair. It's like, yeah, it's a little bit better thing. They're okay. It's like, yeah, buy a fancy chair once, use it for 18 years, and yeah, your back will be happy, probably. Like, this is a swiveling thing of like, yeah, maybe helps a little bit something, but yeah. So, does it have, what did we want it to do? Making it boot. And the other thing, yeah, I think actually, no-tech is no-tech here. I looked into this wallpaper. Actually, the only reason we changed this here was, I think originally it was black. So basically it's upstream. I sit couch recliner at my desk. Couch? What is... I sit in a couch recliner? Not even sure what that is, but... Viewers nag too much on your keyboard, so it broke. Do not have RGB badge here. I don't have RGB shit here. So, what is the IP address here? None. Ah, this is not pressed in enough. 184. I guess we should log out here because we're probably mostly kind of done here, right? Let's save some electrons because this system was already unintentionally up all night with GCC stuck in infinite loop. That was not ideal. So what we wanted is, so first of all, what interests me actually is this GPU. Does it not have device tree? rebooting ACPI things fun. Where is this GPU on? Okay, maybe another day. Type DRM. Archiner. Armchiner. None. Okay, let's do this later. So somewhere I have your name. Here's hostname. Actually, hostname was hostname things, command line things, hostname things. What would that return? Should make this work on sys, but that's increasingly the issue, sharing this between sys5 init and systemd. What does he do? We develop an OS, never mind T2. T3 provides a lot of models in one package. T2 GUI. Which GUI? This is T2 Linux, yes. T2 can do T2 as any desktop environment. Actually, did this even had DMID code? I think it had. What did we even from name things? FML 13 version 04 boat. Okay. Of course. Of course. I mean, I guess sharing this would be installing this as T2 thing somewhere in like libexec or whatever, and having the sys5 init and systemd stuff call the same things. Also, my nose is slightly shooting. So what does no clothing quotes? What? I didn't even thought I modified much here. No host name. Maybe it should be actually, wait, it did something. Oh, I did do this wrong. Okay, this is actually pretty okay name. Wait, no, this is also wrong. This is name because you don't want that. Okay, it would auto name it that. That would be okay. From what would it? Okay, we don't have that. So host name. Where does it get it from? Probably there's product name. Okay, it gets it from DMI. You work on T2 full time. Yes, I run my company full time and I run T2 full time. As every good. Greetings from Chile. Happy to. So Chile was Spanish or Portuguese? What language? Spanish, right? Brazil was Portuguese. Brazilian Portuguese, right? So that Spanish is, what did I just say? Spanish? Is that hola? Hola. So was it como esta? Was it, wait, was it Spanish? Oh, like, gee, I mix so many languages now. Once I could speak a little bit Spanish. Just give up focusing on high. I would suggest giving up focusing on high level. It's too late. What? Don't think so. Might be wrong. Would suggest giving up and focus on high level languages. What? Learning programming. Dislike super. Yeah. I'm somehow. I'm increasingly depressed by the state of open source things. Where do we... Okay, here, ChatGPT. Here, let's wipe code. Best implement automatic hostname in systemd. Some hostname service. Do we have a hostname service? So probably okay, YOLO. Shit, we also need to update systemd. Hostname control. Hostname free desktop. Hostname 1. Hostname D servers. Wait, what completion? What? What completion was there? Bash completion. This shit installs bash completion. Holy shit. Cannot mix this up. How are you? Screenshotting using ChatGPT? How dare you? How dare? So what does it? Built-in hostname mechanism. That's not what I wanted. Hostname control. Set hostname my host. I wanted hostname wire. No, this is not what I wanted. Custom hostname logic. Yes, that's what I wanted. Recommended. Like, how does it like 1, 2, 3? It's like it's not what I ask you. This is, wait, what? Bash etc hostname from what? Systemd unit auto hostname servers. That's about what I wanted. Multi-user. Wanted by multi-user. It doesn't. We don't want this multi-user. Testing strategy. Yeah, that's the thing, right? It tells me random shit I didn't ask for. Actual coding with no Claude. Yes, except sometimes asking ChatGPT for basically using ChatGPT as better Google search, because have you seen Google search? How could you expect chip? You LOL. You have a lot to learn, Darkstar 2342. You should specify what you want. It gave me a third thing, mostly what I wanted. It's like, also, I didn't want it to do that fully for me. I wanted an idea where approximately. What targets do we have? We want this at basic. Actually, we want this at basic, basically default. What is basic target? Sysinit target ones. Systemd bin format. Like holy shit, what things are there even? Like holy chipmunks. So I guess I want this at sysinit target or stuff. Multi is like 3. What does it did it do multi? Multi-user? Yeah, but even 3 is like, I want this always, not only, I want this as a base thing. Like basically 3 is kinda too late, too much for me. What language are you using? Depends for what. We use here all the languages. Did I? Yeah, my system just shut down already. Thread losses system, the update. Look, if we get 200 live viewers on YouTube, I update systemd today. So what other systemd servicings do we... Do we have here already some other... I mean, I guess we could actually move that to some sys file, some T2 specific sys file to be able to use it in both, I guess. Goes to YouTube. That's fair. Testing multiple host names for dual boot. Like you need a sensational title for... How about gamer girl does systemd things? How sensational title do you want? What's more sensational? German guy finds Epstein files in the basement. Sundays are free, open source Linux work. Gamer builds own Linux on weekend. Is that better? Here. Is that better title? Does this immediately get more viewers? Good. I don't want to test different host names for dual boot. I want that if my system boots, it has a nice host name. So that when I log into my 42 systems, I see a nice host name. That's what I want. Basically making my 249 immediately super things. That is amazing. Thank you so much. So, let's take this wipe coded stuff here. Auto host names, that's not even that bad. Automated host name before network targets, local after local FS targets. One shot, it's actually not too bad. Yeah, let's use that because why not? What was the name? Auto host name. Does it have host name target? Host name target. Basic target system. Open SSH, oh, we have this in security. Open SSH, something, servers. We could just call it hostname servers. Host. Oh, this is also kind of wrong, but nah. Okay, let's do this slightly differently. I did actually want to do it differently. I forgot the subversion prefix. Also, I'm thirsty. And shout out again for the super thing. Highly appreciate this. We need obviously more of this. Anyone knows what does he trying to achieve here in simple English? You speak to me like modern people speak to each other like AI. We built a Linux distribution. Some say the best. Title suggestion, kernel developer ASMR stream. Simple English. In simple English, we only built the best and only Linux distribution you shall ever need. What is a host name? That's the name of your computer. And I like a nice name, not some host name. What's a host name? Like you need to share, like, and subscribe. You need to regularly, like, look, you need to press the like button. You need to, like, follow my explicit instructions. You all shall know. Click on follow or subscribe. And then go to the other Twitch or YouTube and my main channel and share, like, and subscribe there too. And then you better not miss any other future live stream, because you all obviously lack basic computer knowledge, like what is a host name, what is an what's a network packet, like what is a file system, what is a directory, what is a file. Like, what is a nice, what a nice name? What a nice name? Like, yes, like Deck Alpha. Let's install T2 Linux tonight. Exactly, that's the spirit. And then you shall all go to t2linux.com and download T2 Linux and install it to all your computers. And live happy forever thereafter. Oh, this is also wrongly copied. Let's copy these things. If I would find my terminal again. So network target. Wait, what? Why is this again wrong? Why is copy and paste so difficult these days? Can't mix this up. Gen hostname. Does it even have gen hostname? It did some garbage gen hostname, right? What a garbage. Yeah, don't use AI. It just gives you uninspiring. Automatic hostname. User local. Yeah, for surely not. How do we call this? How about we spin? I don't really want to have it in actually, where do we, how about lib minutes? I would use libexec, but nah, let's use this here. Where does systemd even? But we have those two things competing and fighting each other. How we can learn kernel dev? By sharing, liking, subscribing. And did I mention you need to swipe this carousel and click on hype? It's not applied standalone hostname service and system. It's handled very early in boot via systemd PID. The hostname is read from directly inside systemd during early initialization. This happens before most units are started. Hostname setup. Buyer set hostname. So by the time things run, the hostname is already set. Wonderful. Because sets the hostname, you cannot override it early with the normal service. The earliest override point is network pre-target. Network before, network pre-target. Is that a thing? Is that real? Network pre-target. Okay. Journal control things. Or a one shot before network pre-target. That sounds pretty good. Unless we have network disabled, but I guess YOLO. Before network, I mean, okay, network or network pre-target is both probably. Network pre-target after local FS, probably, maybe, I don't know. Wanted by multi-user, okay, whatever. Where did I put this name now? So given that etc, so we need to change this slightly, but so basically supports that, which probably systemd does not support, and then SDL merge support MS-DOS things. Yeah, this is the thing, they delete us all the useful things from Linux kernel and they merge. I mean, I don't care, they can merge MS-DOS, but that's basically pointless stuff that even I don't care. I mean, you find it awesome, yeah. This is the kind of stuff that I find pointless. Like, I'd rather have things in the Linux kernel, like Ethernet drivers. I don't even use clipboard primary selections. Yeah, just press a double window icon on the double window. I use primary selection too, yes. Benefit from autocomplete enabled. You may benefit from an autocomplete. No, I hate autocomplete. I don't want to randomly press tab until stuff. Like I rather type do we need here any? Okay, what we need more is open SSH, install things. Oh, is this native mouse again, or don't tell me this is it's native mouse. You need to disable this fully. I hate this so much. There is a very special place in hell for the people who invented this. Some users might need autocomplete. Yeah, they can enable that. That some people might need it does not mean that I need to enable it. So do we have all things? The post name. I guess we put this into We don't have here libwrite, do we? Oh man. That has that. Well, we have S-bin BT, so how is this is M, right? Install M mode. If we wanted to, I don't have any other changes here, do I? We could even commit this all in one commit. Hostname equals that. Probably that here. What do I have here? Is this everything properly indented? Oh, I made quite a mess. What did I even copy and paste here? Proc command line. Def null, hostname things. Cut etc hostname. Is it still? if hostname thank you for subscription with Prime, that is amazing. Conf dear. Sometimes just typing is faster. How did I, maybe keyboard? I don't know why sometimes. Not building the system, he's building the build system, had to count for assembly. Has to count for what? Things, syntax. Yeah, syntax, what was talking? Has color, microcontrollers, things, castle guy, things. I mean, we could copy this for maximum testing. So we could test this. Okay, let's test this with. Oh, we didn't install it yet, did we? Multi-user target wants hosting service. It did not run that instantly. Systemd sys update. No transfer definition found. I would expect that to run, but maybe. Oh, did I? No, I think it should. So. Oh, because I know why it doesn't do something. Because I set the hostname the other day. Look at this. Is this name amazing? No, but that's the name of the board, so it does what it's supposed to do. Finally, another small detail, finally done again. Oh, thank you for the level 1. What is hostname service? It's a systemd service file. Being used by Papa Linux using C is Linus Torvalds' favorite language things. Yeah, but not mine. Why would you, what do you use? Are you building a new kernel? Yes, long term, yes. Just not today. Just here. We are on the verge of we urgently need. We need a new kernel because Linux Foundation has too much money to delete everything. By the way, is Trap still here? So the problem here is, Trap, I wanted to say, yesterday you said I'm so negative. I thought, first of all, yesterday I already said like, hey, Dew, The Linux deleter is also negative, where it cannot delete old shit. But I then later this morning I thought, actually, aren't you quite negative, saying that all the ARM and RISC-V boards are so shit? It's like, hey, with RISC-V boards, I'm much less negative than you. It's like, hey, it's a RISC-V. Look, it's a future. I'm only negative when other people always constantly change, regress, and delete. That makes me negative. Finally made the website is old. The website is old. It's not really new website, but you're actually, I didn't. Oh no, I pasted this there. Did I paste it there? I pasted it over. Okay. So theoretically, we need things here. Can we change this? How was it? So that's, how did I install? Oh, that's ID is CD. Is that, where does it load the? Is this still an ISO file? Does it matter? We should have this more natively building. Actually, yes, I think it does matter. Yeah, that has some CD thing here, of type CD thing. Yes, that's not ideal. No, I just thought because you were talking about creating websites since microkernel, I saw you. I didn't speak about website. I speak about we need to do do better language and microkernel. Just I keep myself so busy with this T2 Linux here. Can we somehow, how does I need this somehow auto booting. How can we get this to auto boot? I don't know what this Ubuntu getting this to auto boot is. Cannot be sure what they put in this. Using other people's pre-built binary is not amazing. Okay, I see this. This title was not successful. We need more clickbait than that. Linux kernel. Just random stuff. We need random people. To share, like, and subscribe. Installing from a Windows disk. It's much easier to install than Linux. What? Installing Windows is not easier than Linux. Also, Windows doesn't even work on these devices. And why should I install Windows? And I have Windows, and Windows is completely unusable piece of utter randomly wipe coded. Like, Microsoft invented wipe coding before there was AI. Like, Windows was quick and dirty, stolen and wipe coded, and garish is there. And it's like, just no. Keyboard. People want keyboard. Of course they want keyboards. That's the keyboard. NuFi field 75HE. Gator on wide. Simple FAQ things would answer all those questions. Yes, I need to integrate that with YouTube and Twitch chat things. I know. Okay. Let's commit this and hope for the best. That is the downside of coding on low performance things. Then I can't easily test it on my Ryzen that I auto suspended. I would have rebuilt the ISO now and tested that. So do hostname from the command line for server boots. Then cut hostname if any, then if we have not in hostname, then do all the auto stuff that we carefully cobble together the last years and things, and then I guess amazing, right? Did I shut down? Yeah, I shut down the RISC-V board. Microsoft Cobalt create a new version of Windows with modern design. No, yeah. Also, your prompt engineering is wrong. You forgot no bugs, no errors, or you mean no bugs with no errors? You mean no bugs? That's where the money is. Yeah, that's where big tech is getting. YouTube stuff is just bots. I doubt that. So hostname service as a diff from OpenSSH. sys5 init delete, add to sys files. Maybe this will mostly work. If not, patches will come. There goes that. You're welcome. How was this performance comparable to... Like, yeah, it needs testing, obviously. Do you think about the future of Linux gaming? Because right now the only thing holding me back from switching to Linux is really just gaming. I thought gaming is super good with Steam Decks, Wine, inherited Proton stuff. I thought Steam made Linux gaming totally amazing. Also, I don't game because like I have things to achieve in my life. Yeah, how about we delete this AMD driver because it's clearly way too bloated, right? So like 40 million lines of code, but cannot afford some network drivers. Yeah. Then what's going on in our community? Nothing. Performance hardware, RISC boards, Raspberry Pi, things 5. So that build that in that time, and too many freaking that built it in what? 143. Okay, to be fair, this one is overclocked. That's not the base. What is the base clock? 2.2? Okay, that's somewhat overclocked. I'm not sure. Theoretically, this here needs big handle scheduling. I'm not sure if this did that 222. I mean, okay, bin utils is so... I mean, maybe this kernel didn't do proper, or that's also not the latest anyway. That's pretty comparing apples and oranges. Oh, maybe even did I tempfs here correctly? So we probably, yeah, this is currently anyway software, so that's, yeah, YOLO. Okay, this bug is also fixed already. Oh no, we had max size here. This is 6ing. Oh, there's it. Because does it have? I thought the news. I mean, maybe this news kernel is too old. Actually, that's a super old 6.6 kernel. Like, why do they use such a bloody old kernel? Is it some Ubuntu LTS? Arch, like, dude, like, no, like, we are literally live developing, like, Arch. Why should I use Arch when I have T2 Linux? You guys are always funny. I'm literally the lead developer, like, the Thune 30 lead developer and co-inventor of Rock Linux, aka T2, and you're actually Arch Linux, like, dude. I mostly use keyboards, the most efficient form of computer interaction. You still need AMD driver for users that only have AMD in their hardware. What? You still need AMD for users? Yes, I was joking. Linux drivers are just constant register definitions as... Yeah, but also AMD is highly... AMD is highly inefficiently repeated header definition things. You probably cannot do gaming on 10-year-old hardware, no matter if under Linux or... Of course you can play vintage games. I mean, not AAA. I mean, if you had high-end, 10-year-old high-end hardware, you probably can still do somewhat gaming. You should make T2 SD compatible with all hardware from Intel and FPGA ARM. That's what T2 is. T2 is already compatible with all this good stuff. I want to be Linux kernel coder. What should I take as resources? Learn computer, low-level things, architecture, and kernel development. Like, basically learn good kernel development things. And also, if that's not your passion, don't do it. Like, if that's not, you will not be a good kernel developer if that's not your destiny. Then you will never be good and stuff. Then it's complete waste. We can set no file limit. You mean this because what? Is there an issue? Do we have a file limit thing? Energy aware EAS things of impact. I actually want better deal with misfit tasks of Linux support for ARM big. Oh wait, maybe there just was when I just closed it. Okay, it's also kind of unimportant because I cannot quickly change it. 2012, so okay, that's super old shit. Okay, wonderful. Yeah, basically whatever. Probably could run way better if it probably something wrong. Not ideal. NetBSD supports even more old hardware on, I mean, maybe kind of somewhat, but also doesn't matter. We support everything we have, mostly. Yeah, we could reboot to test this, but it's probably fine. Actually, the one thing I wanted to... Where is this GPU module thing? Wait, what? Here it's probably card. Which is even which here? Somewhere we had ARM proprietary. Yeah, we need to change this board. I mean, has someone? How's it spelled? 6P1 70 whatever. Sky 1 SoC patchwork in. Okay, people, but that's only introduce. Yeah, how long it always takes. I mean, high performance relative. Fix tech. Wonderful. So apparently totally not upstream, huh? I mean, yeah, that clearly has more performant cooling. Six one, 6.6 with ACPI. SDK dump. Can't use GitLab for free anymore. Things. FPGA ARM. What? People discussion here. $199 is actually not bad, kinda. Except the performance is not really better than Raspberry Pi, I guess. Which, I mean, it should be, I guess. I mean, it literally, I mean, obviously it runs power constraint here in this board, I would expect. Okay, that's totally not upstream. Wonderful. Future is now. Which one is here now? We don't really need here. Was it not Mali? Arm China. Card 4 Linlon display driver. Yeah, Big City Life, sorry for that. Holy shit, is it as usual mod card 4, 3, 2, 1. Where is even... Wait, it has... Oh, it has 5. Oh, holy shit. I guess it has 4 USB-C capable display port output things, which is crazy. But it also means we don't have... Where is this Mali thing? China 6. Do we miss? I thought we copied. Mid condition. There's Mali. Ah, right, this had this. Oh, I forgot already. This has a driver at, but is this built into the kernel? I forgot that this is using Mali. I forgot this already. But so China H, that's the ACPI ID, so here's that thing. Mali G, there's GPU info, Mali G Server 20, Immortalis 10 core. Has some memory regions here. Mempool. Where would be the resource stuff? Was this not somewhere here? Immortalis things. Wait, what? Where did I see that? Where was it written? Immortalis. Or here, maybe here. Here we saw this GPU info thing. No, I powered it off. Let's pour it on again, my Ryzen. I think this should be upstream supported. Which one was it? G720. The following hardware is currently supported. Yeah, that is the thing, right? The vendors, YOLO, there's some meh. In the meantime, I always wondered why the vendors do this proprietary stuff. In the meantime, I learned, like, because that's what they get from the vendor, like ARM, and like for performance. Because like I literally told vendor, like why do you do this? Like, it's unusable, nobody wants it, it's unsupportable, and it's like, yeah, but that's performance, and that's we get this from the vendor, so we vendor it. Also, and then they think it's better. Like the Power VR vendor seriously told me, I mean, yes, performance, okay, we've seen it. The Mesa performance is not amazing, but like, hey, if vendors would have used it, it would have been fixed by now. But then also, that's the only supportable thing. That's like nobody has this binaries, right? Like you literally, how can you call this supported if nobody can use it? It's yeah. Okay. Where is this Mali stuff? Not AMD. ARM Mali. Where is? What? How do they call this? Things Mali. What is a kernel driver? Dev ARM. Where is this? Is this just ARM? Here's Mali. DRM Mali. Mali display processor support. But that's display, not ARM devices. Yada yada yada, fanal, blah blah blah. Mali Codebase, purpose, provide free stack. G functionally version. DRM Penfrost, it's Penfrost. Like, it's like, yeah, of course they use stupid names. That. Okay, there is that. Okay, that's actually not that much code. Famous last words. Thermal support, bitfrisk support. Support user space, GPU need for Vulkan to control GPU virtual. Support codon and job failure. The problem is what the vendors don't see by GPU model 720. Maybe this doesn't even match with EFI. This would not be EFI, this would be the question is with what performance would that run? Default data. I mean, given that's not so much stuff, I would think that could like work. Does this load firmware? Does this somehow not need firmware? How does it work without firmware? Does it really not need firmware? Yeah, only one way to find out. Maybe it would be as easy to get up are not yet supported. Older based UGURT things are supported by Lemur. Building support. What is technical details? Fix the G, make so devices cooled, eliminate terminal technical panfrost here. Varying challenges. The output types, what do we have here? Instruction layout, instruction things. Hardware descriptors, benchmarking. Reproducible benchmark timing can Mali base tricky. Number of things. Thermal throttling, fix the GPU frequency. Device platform something, GPU. Maybe this needs some wiring up to bind with this EFI thing though. The problem is I don't have the kernel sources. What was the name? 6 P1 ARM. I put ARM there also as typo. 6 tech, 6 open source Linux. This one here. 3 months ago. I mean, I have here some. '25 Q3 release. I guess that's as good as we get. Copy and paste stuff difficult. The question is what Mali driver do they have in there, and this is 6 tech. I mean, this boots without device tree through EFI. I mean, kinda tempted to one last thing get this custom kernel to build. How difficult can it be with T2 write? Where do they Mali? 3 months ago, Panther, DRM fix pass to Mali. I don't know Oh, here's P. What is it called? Which one is it even? PL100. What is that? Oh, it's a display driver. I mean, it's a little bit silly that now we have, like, thanks to the amazing Linux kernel management stuff, we now have DRM unified and display things and renders things. That's somehow meh. Oh, holy shit, is that slow? 0 frames though. Yeah, wonderful. I mean, yeah, it's Sunday, what to expect. It's not like the most amazing. By the way, did you share, like, and subscribe this already? Solution, it's like 2. I saw you made contribution to the platform based on K3. How did you manage to get this board? Through my 25-year-long contribution, they sent it to me early. I have a prototype here on my... I have prototype serial number 16 on my desk. Is there a way to update 25 to 26 without needing KDE Wayland? Yeah, you can. Your rolling release built from source. So basically you have... No, you can buy it, like you can pre-order it. But of course, first early people who want to see instability and fix the things get the board. Here's this one. Oh, that is still cloning. Wonderful. Oh, maybe I should actually check some email. Ah, that's still cloning, man. Why is GitHub so slow? You don't maintain the package. That's what the author field is. What? If I find a package which has a different maintainer listed, would it also be okay if I send a patch instead of... Of course, just send... always send directly to us. The maintainer is... I mean... The maintainer thing is a little bit old-fashioned thing. It's... Effectively, I currently maintain 90% of the stuff, or so myself anyway. So yeah, let's just send a patch, of course. Like always GitHub, like, of course, don't bother. I mean, some of the maintainers might even be 10 or 20 years ago, right? We just keep them there as historic things. Um, oh man, my emails. What am I doing? What am I doing? Oh, my emails get crazy every day. Shit, am I made for am I made for so much fame? What? Maybe I go back to my basement coding thing. It was so peaceful in my inbox before I started a YouTube channel. Oh man, oh man. Why is this cloning so slow? Clone faster. Did I mention I? The thing is, I need to work on my YouTube. Oh, holy shit, man. What are even my man? I'm CC'd between so important people. Like, what do they even think when they? What do they even think when they go to my YouTube? Because I need to make better videos again. I need that people. What have I done with my life? Shallow clone, that might have been a quick unless you need full history. Yeah, of course I need full history. I need to full history to peel out their big pieces. What kernel do we currently run on this thing, by the way? What? Oh, we are still logged in here. Okay, we could also do updates. Why Snapdragon is... I wonder how much energy we will save this year. I probably should order a solar panel and put here on the balcony. Oh, there's even driver Mali. Oh, do we have mod info? Wait, mod alias driver Mali? Or is it built in? Mali Codebase. Oh, there's a thing apparently. Firmware image string. I mean, it's also pretty ridiculous that these companies do not better work together with open source to have this perfectly working. Like, AI PU, oh, WLAN, protected memory allocator. So that stuff they somehow shipped additionally. Yeah, supporting these ARM boards, you all. You can find more info about solar panels. I don't really like. I studied computer science and stuff. I know electrons enough. All I need is some two cheap panels and a microinverter. Keyboard information, you all. You have a VPN, that could be the reason for... I don't have a VPN. We are in Europe, we don't need a VPN. We are not in North Korea or Russia or things. Keyboard. Did you ask keyboard? Keyboard. It's this gorgeous NuFi stuff, but end of life. But amazing, as you see. A Gateron white Hall effect things. I probably should actually get a split keyboard and get used to that. The reason could be single point of failure, right? Like actually we built the internet for distributed things. Okay, there's no update here much. Oh no, there is a little bit. Okay, not the most important. Don't need that right now. What was the directory name? 6. Actually, what do we run? I mean, the question is, I don't need AI PU. The question is, so that is RTL Bluetooth. I also don't need that. Whatever ARM, whatever that ARM, CB, ISP, is it some image processor? Yeah, this video for Linux. Also don't really need that probably. I wonder if this hardware works without firmware, which would be nice, but... So what did they binary only say? 6689, and what do we run? Oh, 6689. That's what we run. That was built January 30th of things. I don't think this Mali thing is in there, is it? Pantor. Why is that thing? Release Raptor. Is this that thing? I have no idea. Maybe it is. Is this some public thing? Mali CFF based. Is this public or, I mean, it's public. But why the heck is that not? Why the heck is that not? But why is it an extra? Somehow this doesn't matter. Is this in Linux kernel proper? Probably not, huh? Or is it? I'm lost so overview. Is this embedded things? Well, there is Pantor for some reason upstream. But why did they told me Penfrost? Mali-based CSF GPUs. Note that things will be supported with the Penfrost as they are not CSF. Okay, so the ChatGPT thing was wrong when earlier it told me the other thing. But I guess that's not what we're running. I mean, it has a module, but we should check if we can build that, but Kinesis? What do you mean with Kinesis? Which monitor? Why is this relevant what monitor I use? Like, why do you guys ask such questions? Why? Depends where. On my main CEO desk I use a Huawei 4K Plus UA Ultra HD. Like here I use a 20-year-old NEC multi thing. What is it relevant for you? For my YouTube control thing I recently invested into some LG 18 by 8 by, I don't even 9 by 18 or whatever. Cheap programmable kind of display curve size thing. Hope it makes you happy, this info. Yeah, it is of course super annoying to always support these custom things. Because now instead of using our T2 kernel, we need to deal with this random thing here. Maybe we should not do this today. We should do more successful things. GN, Chromium things. Package S build. Holy man. NPM package JSON. Oh man, the only thing is can someone probably apply? Yeah. So RISC-V board is more important. So someday, actually, the one thing we could check. I mean, I would hope this can somehow boot, but then I mean, yeah, we don't have GPU acceleration, so YOLO. But how large are Greg Crow Hartmann? Where do we have Intel? This old mode. What? Here's already USB mug thing signed off by Greg Crow Hartmann. Interesting. Here's 669. How large is? Here's 625Q3. Optimize power under system S3. Let's get a diff to the from that. How large is that thing? Funny that they patch AMD GPU things here for. I mean, okay, for the mini IT export to plug a high-end GPU in, probably. So that's just the display output. That's not 3D acceleration. Why do they patch all of this here? They even patch. Why do they even patch that here? Does it even work with their thing? They even patch that thing quite significantly. Yeah, working with those things always not amazing because so much cursed stuff. They even modify that here, or they add some, or they add drivers. I don't know. Maybe they add drivers because old stuff. Maybe they backported those. Oh, staging Android. Oh, holy cadence. Yeah, going forward, I will probably also only work on things that, like, I obviously cannot do everything, and like this source code is such a cursed mess that it's an absolutely waste of time. Going forward, like, so the things I only work on because, like, even similar to Raspberry Pi, like Raspberry Pi sent me a Raspberry Pi 5, which is, shout out there, shout out to Raspberry Pi, deep in meta computing. Yeah. We somehow totally lost the battle of supporting things. I mean, on one hand, more things than ever are supported. On the other, Linux kernel foundation deletes stuff like Ethernet drivers. But like supporting, like this is years old and still not even basically upstream. Like how many years should it take to upstream all of the things here? The companies also really need to stop inventing their own silicon things. There needs to be standards for USB, and like this totally doesn't scale. What did they do here for AMD GPU? Maybe there's minimal things. What did they do here? Pull in cherry pick fixes? Oh, I think this is support for new AMD GPU. I remember those things. They cherry picked here things for new GPUs. Holy. AMD. Wait, what? 2020? What did I even do here? Why is... How did this changes even get in there, or did I overlook something? What kind of thin things do they... About monitors, could we get brightness control? I have no idea about brightness control over HDMI. Is that a thing? You didn't even know that this is a thing. Yeah, Werner Siegler. I don't even know Werner Siegler. People tell me Edward Snowden and Mr. Robot or whatever that was. But yeah, I just thought I looked like myself. But camera industry made interoperability horrible. Which camera? Wow, love this. Studied it, watch, enjoy what to do, don't understand anything, did some contribution in his kernel, wanted to get... But it's quite hard, so basically... Want to get hands on his kernel stack. I mean, you can always do that with there are a million things you totally don't need new hardware to contribute to Linux kernel. I'll look at this. They pull in here IRQ affinity for little cores. Maybe they ship this on. Maybe that's what they ship on their mini IT exports, and then they pulled in improvement. That's of course. I mean, we could get rebase and delete it out of there. Revert not needed. They could also. The thing is that even their history is not very clean. Fix build, Panther driver, after porting. DRM APIs have been changed, so need to ensure other drivers could also build successfully. 6.13. So they updated the Panther driver, and oh man. Yeah, that is why the vendors also do it all wrong. They need to work with mainline and not like the problem is the vendors all work with some old stable thing that they just got from the early R&D stuff from years ago, and they create such a mess. Oh, here they have a CPI Panther DRM. So it could potentially maybe work. Just that they prefer the binary only driver. Would you look at that? They enable support. Holy shit, but then they don't use it. Actually, the question then is, do they ship it? They ship it. I mean, it was unused anyway, so we would need to reboot. Okay, we would not necessarily need to reboot. but some punter thing does not. This also wants some, actually this wants some Mali firmware after all. Do we have this? We have that. Actually this could match to that here, C6 Sky Mali, but some of this does nothing for whatever reason. I mean, I cannot be sure that that is what we got there. We're giving courses. Nabend. Yeah, live on Twitch and YouTube. Like basically here, welcome to the course. I mean, you would hope, yeah, you would hope that this is what they did here, but so that's October 17th. So if they built this kernel from these sources, you would hope that was included already. They built this January 2026. But I mean, maybe we should rebuild our own kernel. You would think that can match, but somehow it doesn't. That's matching on, at least here, what they did. Where was the ID? All 6 backup clocks. Sky custom. Mali. Here is that. Codebase. Actually, we can check if this ID is in there. Device ID, ACPI IDs, module table, ACPI IDs. Maybe someone did not build it with that. Because I don't see that in there, right? Maybe this random build is not based on that sources. Pattern not found. Oh, look at that. That's not in there. So in January, they built a kernel without that patch, although that's in there. 6689. That's reassuring. So they made some work that could just work by their work they did already. Yeah, for every... Yeah, that is what the NLNet Foundation did not want to fund. Maybe I need to apply there again. Yeah, it just takes hours, right? It takes, I mean, you need to review this. Where is what can you find? What can you make to work? And then you need to build it in another board with non-mainline proprietary. So this is the ARM board. That's the other board we had the other day. That is the 6, the 6P1. This is ARM China thing. So with Linlon PD DRMFB. Saying 6. No, 6. 6. Sorry for any confusion. The meta computing framework module laptop 13 version 04 board 1.0. So that's with the that's with the ARM Mali we could not get to work the other day. So we need to basically build that here too. But I think I do this another day and call it quits for today. DRM things, CI protocol could be used. macOS with the expensive display reviewed question why aren't we able what? What are you laughing at? Platform for? When are you launching a plot teaching? Don't really have time for that. Both are on. No, on override. I don't have time for learning platform. Also, there are so many learning. I don't feel like I have anything to contribute with the vast amount of learning things. Plus, isn't AI taking all the programming jobs from you anyway? So what do you still want to learn when AI does clink everything for you? 6 they said. Look at this incremental patch. So what I usually do then, I want another ID. I usually just try. But this is also low hanging fruit engineering, right? They could have rebases at least to stable patches, but their attention to detail is so little that they don't even do that, which is shockingly it's like getting free stable stuff, and even that they don't take. Was this what they had here? Was it 6.6.89? 89.90 x set P1 dry run Proton pack. Most things apply except this minor thing there. I guess let's go. Previous patch. Just like this, we found ourselves slightly more up to date. This we hopefully could potentially. Oh, that's some Sentinel thing of. Yeah, who needs it anyway? They say previous patch. Which line was it? Line 879, 879. Yeah, I guess looks good, whatever. Kernel engineering, Linux kernel code quality things. I mean, you know, we could, as you share, like, and subscribe so much, let's try to build it. Weren't you using Hyperlink? Yes, but we want users, and I needed my parents were begging me for, please, after 10 years of not using Linux, we are done with Windows. Like, please give us back T2 Linux. So I had to make T2 Linux fully featured, my parents' compatible desktop. So, okay. I even tested printing for them and packaged Broadcom firmware to make work on their all-in-one PC thing. They can print now, and hey, T2 Linux can print now. It's basically my Christmas presents to my parents. Remember, we did this in December? I shipped it on December the 23rd. Made my whole family happy. Finally, they don't need to use Windows anymore. things. Yes, ASMR in stereo. Here. Let's try if we can get this kernel booted. Let's hope the compiler is not too new. What did we build here recently? Did we build some desktop thingy of probably 5? Yes, of course. We did. Here, hear me out. ARM64, let's go. How did you taught yourself coding? By books, online, or by university courses? Like due online. I'm so old, I taught it myself when I was 10 from library books and friends and like neighbors, like when you were hanging with your neighbors and like 2 year younger pals from high school teach you assembly things, so something of that sort. So so is Linux like copy or some copy RV home source 6 things here, 6 things, then we need to hope this config works. Config stuff, let's hope they're not lying and this works. Yes, just copy, move this config here. That's all we needed, right? Team T2, did we forget something? Relocation packing, I have no idea. Type C driver. And do you code the whole thing in VI? Of course I do. What other editor would you ever want to use? I don't know. I hope you don't use a web browser to edit your sources. Like, look at that. If you use K, then this K-Win stuff that flickers comes out of it. And yes, it only flickers for the capture. I'm sorry. Someday we will work on that. How can you integrate deep learning with T2? I think only where you can ring funding. How do you recommend some good Linux kernel books? Found some. Yeah, Linux, I mean 2010 is still okay-ish. Okay, drivers don't drive. Expected things, error passing, firmware regulator, is error integer without a cast. I think we built with GCC, which or is, wait, what is this? Did I modify that? Free software, that's not, why is this not Clang, but pointer from integer is error p handle. What did they wipe code here? Line 96. Int np handle. What did they, what's even going on here? np handle current reference with... Why is this an int? Firmware node count reference with args and handles. I have no idea what they wanted to do here. Does this work around this? But to be fair, I'm not on a different distro environment. I used Hyperland, and sorry for the flickering. I used Hyperland forever. Scat clock register of init text YOLO. To be fair, I barely desktop things hop. I used Blackbox and Xterm for the last decade because YOLO. Then I only switched to Sway for modern Wayland things for years, and then I used Hyperland 2 years or so for better animation style, but only for I only switched for better looking Linux influencing animations live on video. And now I only switch to KDE to Daily Drive, what I ship to my parents and friends and family and you, to make sure that the stuff here is actually tested. So I'm not really DE hopping here. I mean, this otherwise build which kernel thing do we need here? Image, gset or whatnot? Everything, some other thing. What are we on? 8690. Oh, 6 build. Shit, this edit 6 build. Oh, I hate this. Damn it, this build. You know what? I hate this. This is just bullshit. They probably edit that here somewhere in here. I mean, either we do this T2 or we do nothing. So you know what, let's do that nothing. Because then I know that's not a T2 build kernel, it's some manual filling. Yes, he does. Do you code who thing in VI? Yes, of course. So what we're doing, we are doing T2 Linux also. Did we even... Oh, did this really not rebuild more version thing after changing the local version? I hope this works. Potentially, maybe. Okay. 6690. Yeah, RISC-V, that's ARM. And yeah, old shit. That's what vendors do. Don't blame me. I need some script of custom build some vendor kernel shit. What do? We do T2 Linux. Happy to. We are just building the best and latest thought after hip and trendy Linux distribution. World 8. Full AS menu. Any advice how to live in a world full of AI as an IT? Ignore AI. I don't know. Like, be skeptical, adopt it. Like, stand out by knowing your stuff and not vibe coding shit. Fix other people's vibe coded clang randomly buggy bullshit. So, bets taken. Will this shit will this shit run at all? Or like what will happen? $6,690, right? Also typo. How did I typo that little? Hello? Time to make a break. I guess let's go. What could possibly go wrong? Size is similar. I guess what could possibly go wrong, right? Any other? Probably not really, huh? Let's see. Does this give any sign of working stuff, or which keyboard works today here? Fingers crossed, bets taken. So now we don't boot the kernel from the ISO, but HD MS-DOS, what was it, 3? Boot. 6690. Quite some stuff to type. We urgently need to fix this. Def NVMe 0 N1P3. Was it that what we were? Yeah, don't have. That happens when you use Ubuntu, then you have to deal with this stuff here. Urgently need to make 6. Is this all honky-dory here? NVMe 0 and 1P3. What could possibly go wrong, right? Oh, we indeed starts to work. Holy shit, did kinda not believe into the 6th kernel thing. Holy shit. Because then the question is, holy shit, only live on this channel where magic happens. Magic, I tell you, magic. It's of course the first step to have a T2 native working stuff of this stuff. I mean, this could potentially already be accelerated. I doubt it. I mean, do we have there blitting? I mean, maybe this is accelerated because now we have here crazy shit going on. Maybe that is accelerated and garbage. Maybe that changed you all. We didn't have this drive. So because we don't have Mali anymore, so maybe the open source driver is loaded now and that has some glitches. Oh, here. Holy shit, I think that works. Holy shit. I mean, it has some drawing shit. Like, holy, we are lucky. Thank you, kudos to all the open source developers that worked on this stuff. It's not glitch free, but it's like better than nothing, because before we had nothing. Now we have apparently Puntor things. Look, would you look at that? Set the regulators. Oh, Mali. Oop. Error. No. Dev things. Firmware Gitcha. Remember this thing we casted, but 900 megahertz or whatnot? Like, holy shit. I did not expect to see that today. So VK cube, right? Give me benchmark, wake GL mark, and this I meant. Holy shit, are we lucky? Yes, yes. Oh, so next we should actually do some usability things of basically enter yes to continue, like what? Most are beginners asking silly questions. What are you doing? Not very technical. What are you doing? It's not very technical. Beginner coder. We do T2 Linux. What? I don't think they are all bots. Like, holy chipmunk, I did not expect it. I mean, it's not as usual. I mean, the crazy thing is that all the, probably why are the vendors not using the open source service? Because they are apparently not particularly fully working. But if the vendors would get their act together, they would be working, right? So kudos to all the right companies to do that, and shame on all the vendors who don't do that. Accept that, save that, copy that or whatever. Holy shit. The good thing is, or does it not copy? Did it not copy? Thankfully I saved that here. Suppose that one. Look at that, T2 Linux, it only runs everywhere, right? ARM, RISC-V, Mali, PowerVR, like stuff, things, right? Update GN things, of did we, wait, did you redo that? New pack, did I not? Maybe somewhere else. I mean, yeah, between the depression of Linux kernel Foundation deleting and stuff, like, I mean, that's not upstream. Something we can work with. I mean, it's also super old, right? Like, maybe stuff is already improved and better in the meantime. And at least that's also T2 improving. We literally didn't have this Penfrost driver or whatnot enabled here, so or Zcash. Zcash is somewhere not correct in there. Okay, like G. Huge shout out though to Deep and Meta Computing. For providing this hardware. And that's the difference, right? Send us some hardware and we can get some stuff done. This should all not be in there. We need to be more careful. I mean, usually I am careful. Oops. Yeah, somehow like this busy right now. Hyperventilation. Note here of why is there too many arguments of Because there is it's maybe why someone. I mean, it's a little bit slowish right now. It's probably thermal throttling and overheating, I think. It's just fun. Happy to hear that. Mod troll. Username is what? Username is meet Sonai 555 Sonny. It's like I don't care. Oh, there are some IRQs. GC pipe things. Oh. That's probably not ideal. Oh, root. What? We're running out of space? Good that KDE wants me. I literally had no idea. How dare we run? How do we run out of space? Oh, maybe I vaguely remember because we just barely installed this maybe. Because I wanted to do that here. Because I wasn't sure if this Ubuntu kernel will better FS. Yeah, thank you for the talented, hardworking things. Even better is shall I subscribe, right? Help keeping this T2 dream of supporting everything alive. Best don't delay, support and try today. Okay, GL mark is GL marking. Because then move that to serve. For some free space. And then ls serve T2 to here when done, like now. So yeah, is this stuff happy? No. Error detected none. Pipes empty things. Pipes none. Somehow no error. I don't know. No error of no error. Not sure what that stuff is about. Yeah, I didn't have this original stuff working, except maybe in Ubuntu it would work. I don't know. But each time I checked, it also didn't work in Ubuntu. Because then the question is GL mark. But yeah. How much does this open source fail to create Mesa error? Oh, it's crashed. That didn't work much. Yay, maybe that's why vendor not shipping. So, that didn't last long. Cool. Maybe we should have started with easier things like GL gears and stuff. Yeah, that's of course not shippable, but yeah, the vendors want to do hardware, right? Like, so they are not, the vendors are not in the business of fixing GPU drivers, which Mostly ARM and Imagination are to blame of not like getting their act together and fully open source drivers supporting that. Let's hope it fully flushed to the just changed. HD MS-DOS 3. Yeah, I need to natively somehow. I wonder if that is completely normal grub binary. And the drivers probably live in U-boot, right? This is all. Yeah, obviously we can't ship it like this. The PowerVR driver was surprisingly more stable. It's of course not 7.0, so who knows how many improvements are there in this since years since. But for me, only open source drivers are usable, right? Like basically all this binary only stuff that you can barely get to work and then never change. It's also not, because that's what most people don't understand. Let's see if it flushed everything to disk. This thankfully was all flushed to disk. This is also wrong. This was local. I mean, yeah, is that shippable? Totally not, no. Let's test VK. Vulkan Cube. That does something. I mean, maybe Vulkan works more than GL. Oh, that's quite some corruption things there. And the KDE, but maybe that's GL related. I mean, yeah, but first initially you need to test what does work. I mean, if we would write everything from scratch, it would be a year's work of time. So getting, oh, this is also wrong. This captured. This captured, I had this the other day, this captured more from the other stream. Discord. Always document, then we also have a backup. GPU, ARM, things of who likes that Matic? I mean, is it amazing? No, but like better than nothing, and the rest could eventually be fixed. Yeah, basically we need to make a T2 amazing foundation, an amazing foundation. Why is it showing these weird stuff? The graphics, the backlines, yeah, bugs, because stuff that's reverse engineered stuff. I thought it was just me. No, the stuff is just not working because it's like early prototype stuff. I mean, so this is what bugs look like, right? If your graphic driver is bugged, then run them like off by its course of synchronization and GPUs crashing and not doing what they're supposed to do and things. I'm not curious. Oh. Actually, does this print out? 60, that's... what was the name of the stuff? Mark. Okay, Vulkan works much better than GL. I mean, it has the same stripe there. Okay, that's way faster than PowerVR. It could also be caching or other... I mean, it's something failing, or like, okay, that's way more. Okay, that Vulkan shows similar things. Yeah, like this, if you write GPU drivers from scratch for new hardware, that's usually how stuff looks like at Intel, AMD, and NVIDIA, right? I mean, similar to your games, you all have probably seen weird graphic artifacts in your gaming or whatever. It's just bugs of people not being able to write proper code. I run this just to get an idea how stable is that. Like, is that any hope of being near time usable or totally not usable or somewhat usable and stuff, right? It's literally the first time. I never had such hardware before because I voted with my wallet and I simply didn't. By the way, they are all in similar areas, right? Whatever is going on there, it's kind of a pattern always in the same area. Yeah, could also be. It could simply be missing flash or atomic primitives or whatever. It could be a lot of things. It could simply be. I mean, it's a little bit sus that it's just there. Oh, that's. I mean, it's faster than PowerVR, but I mean, yeah, it's not. It's not shippable. But it always needs people, motivated people, to look into this stuff, right? This didn't copy. I'm so stupid. Because it's not the same. That's literally here. But it's also old stuff. It could potentially be more fixed in newer Mesa or in slightly newer Mesa, or the kernel here is older. The vendor is running some years old 6.6 kernel, so have you seen what happens when you use Wine with bad graphic drivers? The exec crashes instantly. I mean, it depends. It could also draw weird stuff, but but the funny thing is that Jeff Gerling said, actually, we can compare something, because Jeff Gerling wrote in this Ubuntu image with the I guess proprietary drivers, it crashed v kmark, I think. So at least it's not crashing. So I also don't understand how the vendors like ARM and Imagination are not more interested in having open source stuff just work. Like, that's just completely silly. That's of course way faster. Yeah, it's way faster. But at least PowerVR is not. PowerVR is also not graphic artifacting. Jeff Gelling. Jeff Gelling here. Next we need, hey, shall I subscribe? Next kernel developer needs to vibe code a minimal block thing. So he had the same thing just some days ago. And yeah, we could do that here. Able to, however, not all distros are supported yet. Working on T2 Linux things. Running official was run Vulkan, immortal things. I had some trouble with VK but Gravity Mark scored. What is Gravity Mark? Is this user girling guy? Is this proprietary? Where does he get? Somewhere he had git board. Somewhere here is this git. Where is git? Probably someone found it already, right? Further readings, Dell, mini work home things. Direct I here probably. No. Where is this git? Guide for ARM Somewhere there's some git things of man, must be somewhere. Somewhere was a link. I clicked it the other day. Windows ARM Gravity Mark, Geekbench score, high performance Olympic scores, things, games, Ubuntu. Nobody found that for me. Here it is. The other link. Here, of course, it is. VK Mark. Results install sudo things node needed compile from source replace. Where is? Why is this not? Wait, what? Wait, what? Okay, somehow he couldn't run it. He doesn't further specify what's the issue. Here Opar can't be gravity when I do so. Opar not supported. I mean, it works for me with that here though, but libmali is off. Okay. But I mean, the GL mark question. The question is, yeah, that's out of scope for today. I need to go. I doubt it will run the second time around. Felt differently. Yeah, but as at least the open source driver, hey, at least the open source driver works at all. I don't have the binary only driver. And at least we could theoretically fix that, although, yeah, as usual, all week project getting to know the ARM driver. It could also be vastly improved already. This is years old. When was 6.6 even released? Yeah, basically pro tip. Don't ship old drivers, work on mainline. Also all wrong. You arching. No. I use my own T2 Linux, 30 years in the making, no Arch Linux here, never used Arch Linux, never will use Arch Linux, T2 Linux for the win. I mean, we could theoretically build the other. Maybe I try package this Vulkan examples. They just need some. The assets need to. Can we? You know what? If we get some subscription and super things, then I will package this Vulkan examples now. Otherwise, I go home. So don't delay. Support us today, or we stop live streaming in a minute. Because right, cache things. Yeah, some distributions get news, we get nothing. So best Sherlock, subscribe and send some supportage. Where are you super things? Where are you things? Where are all your super things when I ask for it? It's so difficult to donate $1 for a hardworking open source developer, or Patreon here. Patreon or GitHub support, man. I always feel like homeless, asking for some food to survive. Don't delay, support your favorite open source coder today. 1.3 here, log in. This here is, do we still have our log out here? Save electrons. Let this fancy, complex, overly complex x86 sysc auto suspend. Kudo more vm my mu pdf ddf best without typos my mu me my what's name should have pi pi, but this I think this did not build, I think. You really don't deserve a package of Vulkan examples. Okay, untested stuff. You are not worthy. All those freeloaders only downloading open source for free. Is this apparently build? Apparently this is build. Oh, cache update. Amazing. So then you all, T2 create. T2 create that for you playing along at home, although you didn't super think enough. Would you recommend your distro to beginner? Yes, of course. And if it's not yet amazing, either you will learn a lot or we learn from you what needs to be better. We are targeting completely polished, just working amazing stuff. Just not 100% there yet. But working on it. Wait, why does this not no? C++ examples. Does it not have a release? Never had a release. That's somehow. Oh, hey, here. Use designated initializers. Yeah, apparently no version. Cross maybe object dir. I mean, even my parents can use T2 Linux, right? So it's not that KDE Plasma T2 KDE Plasma polished Linux would be particularly difficult. Why does this build so long? 1 second, hello? This built longer than 1 second. What? I need sleep. Ah, wait, was it Vulkan edit already? Oh, whoops, I did this wrong. Oh, shit. This gained me nothing. Wonderful. Why did I install this? Wonderful. I gained here nothing. It's examples, right? Beside it is Vulkan. As what did I? I wanted to package this as Vulkan examples, did I? Oops. Probably need some changes because at least the asset things. Greetings to Brazil and welcome everyone, first time chatter. I found your stream a few days ago, mostly code on T2 is for old hardware. No, it's also state of like VR ARM, like everything. I just like state of like it's for everything, no hardware left behind, the oldest and the newest. This is relatively new stuff, or that's even here, that's Qualcomm here, X1 Elite stuff. We just want all architectures, like all of them. We love all computer system things. Let's free some space. But you're welcome and hope you enjoyed. And basically combining the best of all worlds, trying to. So, yeah. XCB, that's why we wanted to codify it, because if we wanted to run that with manually, that's getting a little bit annoying. I think that's what all we needed, right? Vulkan examples. Hello, that's not what I wanted to copy and paste though. This is probably native VI stuff that I hate. What was that a thing? Like, I hate this modern, like this modern stuff. The more modern, the more counterproductive here. Man, this was way too time consuming. I miss the good old stuff that just work. Ohne Brot. What's up? Anyway, hope you enjoyed. Did you? Okay, you did not T2 Linux, right? Because no news site published the things about us for not Debian or Arch fork reasons. Yeah, that is yeah, anyway. Actually, maybe there will be sooner than later a talk I will probably present in the... I go old school. The Linux Berliner user group asked me to present about the Berlin software distribution that is T2 Linux. So we start to reach out and do more things. So this probably will not install, and yeah. Actually, I think it's also missing assets, probably like that. So this is more work needed. Or should we do that together? Like that would probably be. Just started using Nix a couple of months ago. Hope you enjoy T2 Linux too. How's your NixOS experience so far? Way more stuff needed, but that is for another day. We could quickly check. Yeah, we could. So I pre-built this here because the X monolith is way faster. Great video. What's the brand of your keyboard? Of course, keyboards. That's Nufi or Nufi. Keyboard things. End of life. Already 1.5 years old. That's keyboard. Gateron white Hall effect switches. So this package, this needs patching for the assets like the font and other, at least the font, maybe more. GLM and S, this is needed S. Why does it not register S things? Yeah, it needs more work. Theoretically, a party of a raid. Parts people, welcome you all. How nice to raid you. What were you up to? Hope you had wonderful live stream with parts. Shout out. We are in the middle and actually mostly done. So quickly welcome everyone. We work with software. We are software parts people working on our Linux distribution. If you didn't know it already, we are T2 Linux, an open source system development environment that tries to support everything from ARM to RISC-V, from the oldest 486 or DEC Alpha Itanium, PowerPC P3. We support the last distribution to truly support everything. And yes, we have the things like an SGO2 and a DEC Alpha and so on. Actually, is this, so this, here, this did just suspend the memory. So usually we try to work low-level things like Linux kernel and device drivers and 3D things and stuff. And we have here brand new framework. Actually, here parts, we have parts. Framework compatible ARM and RISC-V parts. Upcoming stuff. So we make open source more work with those. And here in this case, we could actually, so that's ARM framework 13 module with a Chinese CIX P1 CPU. Okay, that thing we did. Let's just log out there again, and then so T2 Linux, T2 up, we just package that thing, but let's do it slightly differently. Let's not do that. So then it will, actually we need, actually this will anyway not fully work, because this has assets. Actually, then let's change that. Actually, let's use the chance to change this to, so that it actually fully works. Get HTTPS thing off, then it has the submodules. I should actually, yeah, sometimes even I only noticed. Do we have even Git installed? Yes, we have. So it's a new package. We just live created a package. And that is how you use T2 Linux. If you use T2 Linux like T2 up, T2 install things, T2 inst stuff. We have a complete desktop download now for normal people. We are increasingly getting into making it just work for everyone. So new is that we also have fully KDE Plasma for all the architectures that nobody else supports. And more. So that release, this is just the all new desktop stuff. The older stuff has even more because all the architectures. Oh, that's large. Like holy shit. What's the time anyway? Oh, 20 already. We also undeleted support. Oh, holy shit, people really... it's too expensive for me. Holy shit, people... yeah, so much to supporting vintage and retro stuff when people pay more than I would want to pay. We quickly, to close our live stream, we wanted to quickly test here this Vulkan examples on ARM Mali open source Mesa with Penfrost and Pantor drivers. It's just as usual getting a little bit out of hand here. That's Tmax. Of course on T2 Linux. So how much space do we even have free? Because we just created some serve thing. Okay, that's enough space. I probably should get to only install T2 on LVMs, but the only thing is then taking over other Linux, so it's then not ideal. Oh, gigabyte, holy. Yeah, that's why we automate this, obviously. Nobody. Unhackable OS, of course, what else? Soon, happy to hear that. What's your Twitch channel? The Twitch channel is T2SDE. But maybe we should rebrand this more. What did we had earlier? I actually renamed this already once. Oh, initially we had RxRBLN. And nobody could. I had renamed this because nobody could pronounce that, and each time we rated someone's like RxR blah blah. And after a couple of times I was like, okay, I better name. Oops, I also clicked here wrong. I moved this accidentally out of there. By the way, I'm live streaming from T2 Linux, right? If you're wondering how does T2 Linux look, like this is how T2 Linux looks. So neighbors, a little bit loud here. Yeah, that's a little bit different checksum for that thing. Okay, let's build that. The benefit of this is like, this is why I wanted to like, but that's where we are now. Thanks to all your shares, like subscribes, follows, memberships, GitHub, sponsorships and stuff, Patreon. Yes, unfortunately, so I do this stuff for 25 years and this was T2 Linux forever. And then Apple came and thought it's a good idea to name their Apple. This is unrelated. It's just like companies are as lame with names that as lame as T2. We do our stuff like T2 runs on everything. It's a little bit annoying now, but also Apple T2 is like out, right? Like Apple is this M1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like this Apple T2 stuff is like mostly dead, right? Also, yeah, maybe you could use devs1 to get git clone. Download would be smaller. Yeah, but the problem is I think this would normally not work because like devs1 would only get you the latest revision, right? And we don't want the latest revision. We want the specific revision. Or can you git clone that revision with devs? I don't know. But it mostly also doesn't matter. And welcome Matic. What we should do soon is have everything on our mirrors again, and then it's only the first packager or nightly download mirror issue. I asked because I still want Intel MacBooks for Linux specifically. Oh, of course, it's supported. Of course it's supported. accidentally. We recently pulled in all the T2 patches and that probably should mostly work. So don't delay, switch to T2 Linux for amazing T2 Apple chips and M1 and M2 like Asahi Linux like. Just don't delay and switch to T2 Linux for everything today. And it's open and source and free. What you learn to hack quickly? What? Where to learn to hack? What do you mean with hack quickly? Do you? When people learn Vulkan or GL? GL is dead. Like GL, like for modern stuff, Vulkan graphics for. I mean, it depends if you want to learn vintage stuff or state of the art stuff. GL is obsolete. The future is Vulkan or other APIs. And Apple Silicon, I'm not sure. My biggest concern was lack of hardware installation for. Yeah, I'm not a fan of Apple Silicon. I have one. Actually, my company has two. One for me and one for someone else. Theoretically, I refuse to buy Apple stuff. Like I am voting with my wallet, and I would rather buy, like, Apple is not support worthy. Like Apple is, yeah. I'm only saying it would be supported. It could be somewhat as seen elsewhere, but yeah, it's like basically I don't really recommend. I mean, unless you, yeah, it's difficult. Unless you want peak performance and efficiency, but yeah. So I had this intentionally fail. I did this intentionally because we still need to. Hello. Why is there not Control C? I need to improve this package later. It needs to load this asserts. It's probably not made to install. We need to patch this further. If someone wants to do that later, be my guest. For now, we can run them like that for a test for P in all of those. Do P thing done. I mean, you wanted to see that, right? Like you wanted that we make T2 better like that every day, didn't you? Like that's what you were here for, right? For our Mali driver and packages and stuff, right? Like for uncompromised freedom and stuff, right? Some pixels lost, YOLO. Save, copy. I think it works if I click here, right? Okay, let's see how much of this stuff works. Increasingly we're getting into like, did this crash already? No, it just turned slowly for. I mean, yeah, this driver, it's crazy that this probably mostly open source people done driver works better than the probably Imagination Finance mostly contributed Power VR driver. Like the state of Mesa is so fucked. This is ridiculous. It's also ridiculous that the companies do not double down on this more. Also, if you wanted to join the GitHub, right, our GitHub, if you wanted to join our amazing Discord, that's $1 away, right? We only ask for as little as $1 to finance all our crazy stuff, right? So any donation somewhere through Patreon or other means on our website, right? Just like it's for the greater good and supporting open source development, right? UT2 Fedora. Switch to T2, but what makes it different than other distros? Supporting everything. Being leaner and cleaner and consistently supported in things. Not like randomly deleted and switch to whatever. I mean, this has currently no graphic artifacts for some reason. Somehow currently the graphic artifacts randomly disappeared. You know, okay, this is slow as fuck, but that's faster than Power VR. Whatever performance the binary only driver had. I mean, that's pretty reasonable for open source. Or did it fully crash? Oh, it fully crashed. Oh no, it just partially recovered for... Oh, maybe this... Oh, here it is. Oh, maybe this just overloaded the... Oh, 200 frames. It didn't crash, it just stalled the GPU for... Okay, there were some artifacts. I mean, it's also possible that these artifacts are interaction with the Chinese ARM China CIX P1 display controller, right? Everything is possible. Shall I subscribe if you want me to debug that? I mean, yeah, the performance is way higher than PowerVR. Like this is literally 2 orders of magnitudes higher performance than PowerVR, you all. And that's only 17 FPS for some reason. I mean, 3000 FPS. I mean, now we're talking performance, right? I wonder if KVM works on the thing, actually. I mean, I'm surprised that after initial hiccup, it works surprisingly like what if we just polished the heck out of everything and shipped a everywhere just bloody working T2 Linux, you all? I mean, yeah, this performance difference is mental. Like, this is literally 100 frames more. Like, this is literally this is 2 orders of magnitudes higher performance than PowerVR. Yeah, we need next week. Like, the thing is, like, nobody sees that, right? Also, somehow, what we need to do next. Like, why is this? This is selecting my... Wait, what happened here now? What? Why is this? Oh, wait, except what? Next we need to release T2 images because it helps little if it works mostly for me and like works for me and nobody else. So we need images of the thing is, the problem with that is that these are old kernels, so in a way for this to be nice you would need to port that to the latest kernels. Yeah, I think this had 15 frames on PowerVR or whatever. I mean, yeah, that's day and night. Maybe I should try to daily drive that and see how many graphic artifacts I get from daily driving. I mean, this is not unfixable. Like, this is pretty okay. If just the graphic artifact, which currently we don't even have, but otherwise, like 9. Didn't even see that before. Somehow this ironically doesn't even look 3D. Like, is this a real scenery? Looks like looking at a photo, you all. Yeah, Team Mesa, otherwise well done there at Linaro and all the other companies. I mean, this works. Yeah, if just the vendors, instead of shipping this binary only junk, would put any effort into this, like, it would be perfect. Like this, it has some unfortunate glitches. I think this works on some demos that did not work on PowerVR. These are some more demos. Here is the scene, yeah, 3000. I like the scene though, I like the look of this. I hope all of these are 3D models. I never checked that. I would hope it is. Oh, there are the artifacts again. Okay, so sometimes it's artifacting for... I mean, maybe it's timing. Maybe it's scanning out that on... maybe it's scanning this out incomplete or... Oh, shit. Wait, oh, this is also wrong. Ugh. Yeah, don't delay. Shall I subscribe? Join the T2 effort. Join Team T2. Also, yeah, did not copy. Don't delay. Install T2 Linux on your favorite ARM, RISC-V, or any other MIPS, PowerPC, PS3, G5. Where's Chris even? Chris, is this T2 UI? Yes, this is T2 Linux. That's T2 Linux on my Steam Deck. It's T2 Linux on my build server. It's T2 Linux on the ARM board. It's T2 Linux on the RISC-V. Like, we only run T2 Linux here. You shall never have, as written already in this Bible somewhere, 10 Commandments, you shall not have any other OS next to Linux. Amazing. Here, look at that. Delete that again. Where do we things? Why do I? Ah, because I did that. No, where did I? So still needs some work. Amazing otherwise. Actually, this is new. I don't remember ever seeing that one here. I wonder if that's a photo or if that's a real... But maybe that's a photo, huh? They probably... I wonder if that's... I mean, that's source code. I just wonder if they would go through the effort of modeling that in 3D or quick hacking that. If someone of you know, let me know. Okay, didn't crash here yet. I mean, yes, some corruptions and stuff and things. I guess shall like and subscribe for more, right? Only, I mean, yeah, is it annoying? Yes, I mean, I can live with that. Is it annoying a little bit? But as long, hear me out, as long as you can read your edit. Where's my focus now? Somehow Oh, it had this already. I mean, as long as you can see your editor, like, who cares, right? As long as, I mean, yeah, that's a question. I mean, it doesn't have, I mean, hear me out. I think, well, how's Firefox loading? Like, I could kind of start to daily drive this thing, like to motivate me to, I mean, okay, some light glitches. Nothing like I couldn't Kinda. I mean, ironically, mostly here. I mean, as long as you can most of the time read your stuff, I guess it's mostly fine, right? Yeah, that are the things that early adopters and kernel developers need to deal with, and open source people, you know, they are redrawing glitches. But like, I could live with that. Like, I mean, it should be fixed, but I have no illusion that it will not be easy to fix. So don't delay, share, like, subscribe, and support us and stuff today. Amazing. That's unexpected good that we took some extra 30 minutes, or I mean, yeah, that's super fucking annoying, but I mean, hear me out. It probably could be debugged, right? So if you want us to debug this, where is my very session? Oh yeah, it's here. Ah, this doesn't have because sleep target is disabled. Yes, of course. I mean, it's maybe only certain I mean, maybe it's even only related to DMA or on this platform, on this display controller. Maybe it's this display controller specific, or caching or flushing, or some, yeah, should be easily fixable. And I mean, should be easily fixable 1 week and later. So don't delay, share, like, subscribe today. Unexpected success. Tons of things done. Tons of more new viewers, subscribers, and stuff. That's all amazing. And of course, we're live streaming from D2 Linux, right? So let's find a nice channel to rate you to. And I hope you enjoyed to learn something. Have a good day and night, and hope to see you soon for the next similar fantastic stuff to come.
Code in the blood, it's lines in the veins.